Can you hear me now? Okay. Hello, welcome to the final review for Advanced Studio Dragging Modernity, Between Beautiful and Ugly. We have lots of wonderful students here with us today. They are both graduate and undergraduate architecture students, as well as interior design students. So this is an interdisciplinary studio. I'm going to give a brief presentation introducing the premise of the studio and also just kind of lead you into this assignment, just to give the critics some more background. So let me put that on the screen. Let's see. Share screen. Okay. Okay, so this is the studio's titled Dragging Modernity, Between Beautiful and Ugly. And so for a long time, I've been interested in taste culture within architectural discourse, ways that it regulates what gets to count as beautiful and what gets to count as ugly. And as designers and also members of this architectural institution in the academy, we actually are sort of the gatekeepers of what you might call good taste and also deciding what bad taste is. And so in terms of when we start to think about the world around us, which is more than 90% not even designed by architects, that world around us doesn't really fit into these paradigms of beautiful and ugly in such a clear way. But even if it does, those terms, beautiful and ugly, I don't think speak to the nuances of and the complexities of that world around us that we should be participating in, understanding, and also designing for. And so in this studio, we're trying to locate potentially different aesthetic paradigms that may arise from vernacular discourse, but also ones in which we have equal stake in participating in. Words such as cute, awkward, dumpy, whimsical, organic, sleek, cozy, zany, quirky, silly, gaudy, gauche, neat, messy, creepy, delicate, dainty, cheeky, pompous, indulgent, industrial, sexy, lumpy, leaky, etc., etc. These words are words that that are up for debate on how they might make us feel, whereas beautiful and ugly are really, in my opinion, binaristic terms which produce either only pleasure or only disgust. And I don't, and for those reasons, I think we need to build on the plurality of potential aesthetic understandings of the world around us, so that we can better describe and design for a plurality of tastes, cultures, identities, and localities, which may not fit into these more rarefied categories of beautiful and ugly. And so what are the different aspirations of these different terms? What are the different descriptive modalities, but also affective modalities? How do they make us feel? And what are the potential spatial relationships that some of these terms in between beautiful and ugly may start to imply or suggest? So in a way, this is sort of a turn towards vernacular, but at the same time, it's recognizing the power that we have as tastemakers in the discipline. And so, of course, this happens across scales. And so part of this is, for the students, they started with selecting an object that they already owned. So, of course, this is starting to deal with individual predilections, perhaps even individual taste, but they selected it based on a strong feeling, and it wasn't necessarily, it wasn't meant to be a feeling of beautiful or a feeling of it being ugly, but a more nuanced feeling that maybe wasn't fully understood at the time it was selected. So it was kind of a gut reaction to selecting these things. And then from like a close analysis of it, understanding its meanings and associations, how it made them feel, what it looked like, what it's made of, things like this. An aesthetic paradigm was kind of derived from a close understanding of this, a close personal and also objective understanding of this object. So for the doorstop, it became cheeky because it, the way it moves when the door hits it is like flippant and it bounces around, things like this. The organic cactus diffuser takes on the shapes of an organic cactus, but and it's made with organic materials at times, and other times it's not, so it's kind of more complex, etc., etc. And so after selecting those things and kind of taking on an aesthetic category, each student then produced a counterpart of that thing out of, it was meant to be at a one-to-one scale, so they represented it through models and drawings, but they had to remake it out of another thing which possessed also that they may also fit into that aesthetic paradigm. So for example, if we look at the stuffed animal, pompous stuffed animal, it was remade out of, it was an alpaca. It was remade out of pom-poms, which is also a pun. The doorstop was remade out of the corner of the room and recapitulated the entire chunk of the room, and it was remade out of velvet. So there's all these different things, but each one is meant to continue dealing with all of the baggage, dragging all the baggage of those meanings and associations through each assignment. And then so each individual paradigm kind of was grouped together. So each set of students then came into groups. So there are groups of 2 or 3 students, and they each have to now create a hybridity of these aesthetic paradigms. And I think this makes sense because the world around us is never just one thing. It's never just cute. It's never just, you need more and more to describe, and also it produces unexpected outcomes when we sometimes don't have the words to describe things, and what might a world look like that's cheeky and creepy and pompous all at the same time. So they then come together with hybrid aesthetic paradigms to design a furniture. So through a scalar operation and also collaging together of discordant aesthetic characteristics, they had to create sort of a discordant whole to design a furniture. And the furniture was meant to sort of also relate to the meanings and associations of those paradigms. So as you can see here, there's a spring rider that is cheeky and creepy and pompous. And they, each student had to also sort of generate a spatial condition for the furniture, so sort of treating the furniture as the starting point and building out from that. So you know, most of these things would be very particular for particular clients. So it starts to generate narrative around who would be perhaps the perfect client for this very particular furniture. So for the cheeky and creepy and pompous, for example, it related to a former high school cheerleader star who is now aged and living with her mother, and she rides her spring rider contraption, which is covered in pom-poms for consoling her nerves. These are just, and these are not even like impossible scenarios. This is the world around us. There are people, there's so many different ways that the real world operates, and it's always, you know, these are ways that we can design for the complexity of conditions in our world. And so these are just some more examples of all the different groups. And so we looked at various precedents throughout the studio, both furniture and buildings. But here's just an example of some of the starting precedents that sort of I was thinking about when putting together the studio, and we also looked at in the studio. We literally looked at these some of these buildings. We took a trip to Tokyo and actually visited the Kengokuma M2 building. We visited the Philip Stark Asahi Beer Hall. We visited one of the toy block houses by Ida Takafumi. Some of the students actually got to see the Face House. And we'll be joined by Laurel Broughton and Andrew Kovacs later, so that will be interesting. You know, these precedents deal with how things might scale in different ways, or are legible simultaneously at various different scales. And so part of the studio is sort of a both and. It's a dragging of all of the meanings and associations that got us to where we are now, and methodologically in the studio it's also doing that. So the final building is in some ways legible as the furniture, which is also legible in some ways as those first objects. The final project you'll be looking at today, the students were asked to design for a site that is also a hybrid condition. This is in Austin. It's very adjacent to the I-35 highway in the double deck portion. The building is a 20-foot tall sort of strip mall condition in the middle, surrounded by a parking lot. It's hybrid in several ways. The site has to exist in between the west and the east and the northern neighborhoods in Austin. So in plan, it is sort of at a boundary condition. There's a railway that passes through there, and the double deck splits both foot traffic and vehicular traffic west to east, bisects that. And sectionally, it's also a hybrid site condition, because as you can see from the highway, the existing building is it must be legible from both above the highway, on the highway, and below the highway on foot at the parking lot level. And so they were asked to design an addition to that existing building. As shown in the last slide, the existing building is it's 20 feet tall. It's a 6,500 square feet existing strip mall vernacular building. And they're asked to design in addition to that building. So through an operation of scaling and all of the implications of doing that, and sort of reorienting their furniture, they take the furniture from the last project and scale it and recombine it with this existing vernacular strip mall building. So the site is asking for a hybridity of programs, one public, take that as you will. It could be retail, it could be government, it could be sort of like an open park space, one private, which is housing in some way. So it could be a motel, it could be a condo, it could be affordable housing, and one in between. So a live-work scenario, or it could be a spatial condition. So one public, one private, one in between, and they should be in equal measure. The students got to sort of generate what those might be in particular, what those programs might be in particular, as what might best work with their aesthetic paradigms. And so that's the premise of the studio. With that, we will go to, I can show you, this is our review schedule for today. So I guess I talked for more than 5 minutes, but we'll spend about 35 minutes with each group. Technically, we're scheduled for much later than 11:20 a.m., but I think we'll go until 11:30 or 11:40. And so we're joined by David Heyman. If you could wave, that's David. Thank you, David. He's been very supportive of me and the students. He teaches at UTSOA, of course. Suhash Patel as well, also a lecturer here at UTSOA, and as well as James Michael Tate, who is the principal of Tate Projects and is a professor at Texas A&M in the architecture department. And I have the critic bios here in further detail, and I've shared those with the students. If you'd like to share any more about yourself before we just jump in. Yeah, okay. All right, so the first group will be Silly, Gaudy, and Gauche, and I always pronounce things in a weird way, so feel free to correct me, which is Danny, who's an MArch, David, who's an MArch, and Jenny, who's an MArch student. So I will stop sharing, and if you guys could take over, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Yeah, so I'm David, and I'm going to share my screen here. All right, so this is our Silly, Gaudy, Gauche roller derby arcade. So as I said, I'm David. Maybe Danny and Jenny, you want to introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'm Jenny.
Yeah, hi, and my name is Danny.
All right, so as Adam mentioned, the project was the product of a semester-long investigation into minor aesthetic terms. So we began with 3 objects, an alarm clock, a laundry detergent bottle, and a phone holder. And we assigned aesthetic terms to these objects, silly, gaudy, and gauche. And so we had to remake each of these objects in a new material. And then the next project was to take these objects and combine them all into a furniture. So our furniture became a fainting couch. And the person who used the furniture was a YouTube star, and she eventually went on to build her dream, which we'll get to. Yeah, so the project was to take found objects. So in my case, I chose an alarm clock and to determine the aesthetic category, and then to remake the object. So Jenny, do you want to talk about your object first?
Sure. My found object was a laundry detergent bottle. And the aesthetic category I paired it with was gaudy. I chose this because um, the laundry detergent bottle is something that is typically you buy, and so you have to pick it quickly and it needs to stand out. And that was something that I thought gaudy really embodied, this idea of needing to attract attention and stand out, and typically at a surface level that is less concerned with authentic and truthfulness. And then when I remade it out of sequins and covered the form, or the base of it is spray foam, which I did as an inauthentic material, and then I covered it with sequins. And I chose sequins because they are designed to attract a lot of attention and mimic a higher quality material, and I could use them excessively.
All right.
All right, and the word that I assigned to this fold holder was gauche. As you can see, it's hands holding this. It's tacky, it's tasteless. It seems like it's kind of cool from first glance, but once you begin using it, you realize that it only serves very limited purposes. It basically only holds your phone while it's charging. You can't put it up to use FaceTime with it. You can't read on it when it's sitting in this thing. The only thing that you can do is plug it in, and plug it in from the side. If you were to try to stand it up and plug it in, it wouldn't work. So it's very limited in what it does. I also tried to look at this in terms of the way that we're plugged in as a society. And so I remade the hands using electrical wires to kind of reflect and represent this capitalism and this direction that we're heading at this point in time. So it's tacky in several ways. And yeah, that's my original object.
I was wishing it was black licorice.
All right, and this is my object. It's an alarm clock, and I chose it because I love it. It's I just had a very strong reaction to it. I love the colored numbers, they're sort of rainbow numbers. It's this really sort of loud shade of blue, and it makes me happy every day, and it reminds me not to take myself too seriously. So I decided to call this the silly alarm clock. And so when I remade it, I became interested in sort of the two connotations of silly. So a lot of times when we talk about silly, we talk about it being fun or whimsical. You say, oh, that's silly. That's like really silly thing to do. But then it also has a sort of a pejorative way of using it, like, don't be silly, like, or that was a really silly thing to say. And it really becomes about sort of being lighthearted, but then also being sort of judgmental or pejorative. And silly as a term has been used to describe sort of those that are lesser than, or it's been used to describe women. It's sort of a term that gets that really has sort of like judgment baked into it. So when I remade my object, I became really interested in sort of thinking about ways of making that were sort of less than, or traditionally had been sort of not considered one of the high arts. So I thought about weaving and sort of like crafts, sewing, that kind of thing. And so when I remade it, I remade the alarm clock, which has buttons on it, out of literal buttons, and I sewed them and wove them together with wire. And you can see that I chose some digital numbers to go with that. All right, so for the first project as a group, we had to take our objects and combine them together. So Jenny, do you want to talk a little bit about how we developed it?
Sure. So we first started by seeing how each of our aesthetic categories overlapped in terms of furnitures that were associated with that aesthetic. And the furniture we ended up landing on that covered all three very well, we thought, was a fainting couch. So from there, then we looked at the meanings and the materials and the functions also associated with it, and examined the overlaps there. Some of the commonalities that seemed to string through all of it was this underlying connection to gender bias against women. And so we wanted to explore that further with our character, which I think David will cover more. But we ended up with the fainting couch. We thought it was, especially in present day, it's a very tasteless and absurd piece of furniture for someone to have. They aren't very common. And in that way, it's also gauche and gaudy as well. Do you want to go to the next?
Mm-hmm.
So this was how we thought of putting our pieces together. When we were designing our furniture, we had to think of it not just in terms of aesthetic categories, but also in terms of construction, because our plan was to construct it ourselves. And so that was a big factor in how we designed the waffle structure. We had to find a system that would be transportable within the studio space at UT. This was before school closed. And so this is the final piece of furniture we ended up with. The hand was turned into a waffle type couch. The cap of the laundry detergent was reused as the back of it. And the alarm clock became a watch on the back with pillows.
Yeah, so this is sort of how the piece was constructed. We CNC'd from plywood all these various pieces and began constructing the couch. And then unfortunately, obviously the school closed down, so we had to sort of stop halfway through, but we finished designing it. So the cap was built out of 2x4s, sort of arranged in this radial pattern. And that formed the outside of this the seat, and the spout of the laundry detergent bottle became the backrest. And yeah, this is how it sort of went together. It was in two pieces so that we would be able to transport it, because it was very large. It was, I think, over 6 feet long and yeah, 4 feet tall by 4 feet wide about. Yeah, and this is our sort of how it developed. Yeah, so we were constructing it, and we got pretty far into it before, unfortunately, we had to stop. Danny, do you want to talk about our character, who this is for?
Yes, yep. So we imagined that this piece of furniture represented several of our categories, but also we wanted to pair that and consider how we could talk about this more in depth. So the cap it kind of has a bit of a feminist approach, given that it's a piece of laundry detergent and something that women typically are expected to do. With the hand, we kind of associated it with plugs, but then we were also thinking about this fainting couch as a whole and how it related to the watch. We can't see it necessarily in this drawing, but there's a watch in the back that's representing timeliness and the expectations that are put on women about how they use their time, and the timeliness of starting families that women are obligated and expected to consider. And so we thought about all of this in terms of in developing our character, who we named Alice. And as you can see in this photo, this is her garage, and she has some countering narratives to herself. By day, she's a doctor, but by night, she is a YouTube commentator or personality, where she does silly, feminist, oppressive type commentaries on the world. And so she kind of has this 60s vibe, where she uses this concept or her YouTube channel to show the silliness of the construct. So she's been doing this for quite some time, and she's earned quite the revenue from her stardom, and that takes us to our next project.
Yeah, we decided that Alice was wildly successful. She's a YouTube influencer. She has book deals. She has celebrities coming on. She's just wildly successful, and because she's a doctor, she loves doing that. and she wanted to continue. So she decided that she was going to purchase the clinic where she worked, and she was going to turn it into her dream project. And Alice, she wants to promote women and women's sports, women-owned businesses. So what she decided to build is a roller derby arcade, which also incorporates live-work units. Her clinic is going to be maintained, and we can just get into it. So the site is here. It's beside, this is the sort of the HEB on Red River, and it's located right beside I-35 on the frontage road. So back here would be the site. So this is the siting here. North is up, so it's right underneath this 40-foot tall, raised upper deck. So that became really important in thinking about how people would experience this, and the majority of people who would come by would experience this from the highway, sort of going southbound. So it became important to sort of think about that point of view, and then the approach once you actually get down to the site is actually from the south. So you have these two different approaches, and we wanted to sort of figure out how to tackle that. Those are sort of like the site considerations that we were thinking about, and also kind of the idea of thinking about strip malls and sort of what malls mean. So Jennifer, do you want to talk about this?
Sure. So we used Venn diagrams again to help us pick out a program and the overall spatial form. Like David was saying, we landed on a roller derby rink. We wanted to maintain, we had a lot of programs we liked, but we wanted one that was connected to female empowerment, and roller derby seemed to be the only one that really fit the bill. In terms of spatial relations, we thought our aesthetic categories were reflective of spaces that were big and oversized and flashy, which is perfect for the site. Our aesthetic categories are also led us to believe that it should be a building that you're excited to go to, something you anticipate and look forward to. It's a place you'd be excited to go. You can go to the
so this is unfortunately the colors got turned up here. But this is the shape of the building. So we used the laundry cap. Alice insisted that when she renovated her clinic that we use the shape of her furniture, which had become a symbol of her YouTube success and was identified with her. So she used we used the laundry cap and sort of the radial structure of the laundry cap to form these live work units with gardens in between, and these span 4 stories, going from the lower level all the way up to the top where the apartment is. Looks over the roller derby, so this becomes sort of the front yard or the streetscape for these live work units. And then in order to get to these, the majority of people entering would come through the front entrance, which would be an arcade, but still maintaining her clinic here. So we were interested in sort of citing this within the context of various highway architectures. So the idea of it being really eye-catching and sort of flashy, the form being sort of wild and sort of really grabbing people's attention. So as you're driving by, you see up at the top here, there's a sign for the roller derby, and then as you're passing by the second laundry cap, it forms sort of a jumbotron for the roller derby. So as you're driving by, going south to the left, you would be able to see the jumbotron.
So this is just a quick overview of the distribution of space within our building. On the first first 2 floors, we have the arcade and the work component of our live work units. On the 3rd floor is the derby and more shops or souvenir or concession stands to support that. And then as you move vertically, it becomes the most private with the private residences on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. There's a 6th floor loft, and they have views down into the derby, connecting them as well. And then just a quick run through of the floor plans. Can provide a few more details. So like we were saying, the arcade is on the 1st floor. It's a wide open space. The clinic is also still maintained, the existing clinic. Like we said, Alice works there and she bought the derby, and so we maintain the clinic and function, but it supports the roller derby health of athletes. So it's more of a sports clinic. On level 2, there's a large atrium in the center where you can go up to level 2, where it's still an arcade, and there's more shops up here, so it's partially almost like a mall. And then on level 3 is the outdoor derby, and that's an elevation of the entrance from the south.
And this is the view out of the apartments on the north side.
Yeah. So then the apartments are on the top levels, and that's the view.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so this talks about the various times of day that you would experience this and how it really comes alive at night. So going down the highway, you'd be able to see the signage, and then we would have lights firing up in the sky to really light this thing up. On the back, drawing from the from Danny's object is where this screen comes from to provide privacy for the units. Also provide some sort of sound attenuation between the roller derby and the neighborhood to the north here. And this is the section.
Right. And from this drawing, it's a carve out sort of axon view, sort of. And it represents the various activities that are happening in the space and how the site is used as well. I also like to add that the reason why we use this pop-up color throughout our images and why we decided on a roller derby rink specifically for this site was the interesting fact that Austin's roller derby team, well, I guess I should say, roller derby's been around for a very long time, since before World War II actually, but kind of faded in terms of popularity for quite some time until there was a group of people here in Austin decided in 2000 to revamp roller derby and really got it starting again. And the pop-up color comes from the 60s. There were derbies in that time, but they were much different than we do now. Because the colors on the television at that time that were displaying it were really hard to see. It was difficult to see who was on which teams. And so everybody, each team wore some really bright colors so that people would be able to view it on television at that time. So that's kind of some of the thinking and some of the ways that this ties in. Then as we were thinking about the 80s, the arcade seems to really match with the aesthetic and the vibe that we were trying to reflect with the roller derby and how that reflects and represents Austin and a bit of history here. And really has become the sport that we know it is today. We go down a bit more. This is a south elevation section and plans kind of combined into one drawing. There's a lot of things going on in the photo, so.
Do you want to maybe just point at different parts of it and say, okay, this program is here, this program is here?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So the entry, this forms the arcade in the front cap here. This is the clinic, which is part of the existing building that was built onto. So this was all added on to the existing building, which sort of spanned this site. Yeah, and on the second floor, the clinic continues up. They have rehabilitation for sports injuries, which also is sort of supported by the roller derby. Yeah, and we're interested in these live work units becoming sort of women-owned businesses that she would try to encourage women-owned businesses by giving them or yeah by supporting them with these live work units that she could yeah subsidize. Sorry.
And do you mind going up one more, David?
Yeah, sorry.
I want to mention one other thing with that other image.
This one?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to explain that the central circulation between the first and the second floor, and then you can go up to the third floor and you can see that there's a roof on that as well. And that's an area where players go to before they come out to compete. But then we've also got circulation on the outsides for people going into the stands. Those are between the units, where we also have elevators. So there's two different ways of accessing that third floor space.
Right, one from the inside and one from outside.
And then the thumb part of the hand, if you can see that there, closer to the highway, yep, up there. That's like a bar on the lower floor, and then kind of like a VIP space for like suites, basically, for watching the Derby.
Okay.
And then are we able to look at our Miro board?
Yeah, why don't you take us there and we'll just turn it over to discussion. Thank you. That was a very in-depth overview of everything, of the whole trajectory. So I appreciate that. Thank you guys. Yeah, so you can see here, this is the pinup space, just kind of overview of everything. Maybe you could land on just like your sort of more normative plans. So we just kind of look at those. If you just like zoom in on those maybe. And the critics also are able to, you should be able to go on to Miro yourself as well and like just look at things if it's a question.
Can we jump in, Adam?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thanks for kicking us off. There's so much to talk about here. Very exciting.
Yeah, sorry, why don't we leave discussion for 20 minutes, and if you don't mind, we'll go until noon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let me know if that's a problem. Okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, there's a lot that I could jump into, but maybe one of the things I want to start off with is I can't help but think about 35 as you're going through the city, and kind of a comparison between that and, let's say, the Las Vegas Strip. And in particular, you don't have on 35 casinos lining 35, but what you do have often, especially on the west side, are these giant sports arenas. And I've often thought, going down 35, it's interesting if you think about something like Darrell K. Royal Stadium, the way that it's kind of partially enclosed, but you get these glimpses into it. But then you have like something like the Irwin Center, which literally the only way that it communicates what's happening outside of that drum is through the literal sign that is broadcast, the billboard that's broadcasting what's happening on the interior. And so on the one hand, I know that a Tide laundry detergent bottle was your point of departure for this object, but I really also appreciate the way that it participates and maybe starts to advance or challenge the Irwin Center and the Darrell K. Royal Stadium in its aesthetics, in its organization, on each of those levels. So that's a kind of opening comment I would like to make.
James, nice to see you again.
Good to see you, David.
We were on a review like this as well.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you starting there, because I mean, so I like this project, and I'd like to say before I start that this has been a tough semester for everyone, you know, like being online, and like we was sort of been implied to us by various members of the administration that we have to be a little bit nicer, I think, but I actually don't feel like that. I feel like being hard on the students. And I just wanted to say that, I wanted to say that in advance. I just feel like there's actually this kind of added level of urgency about professionalism in a way. I really like this project, and I like, there's many things about it I like. I found the presentation a little bit frustrating because like the presentation just went through, the presentation was like having a chef bring out a meal and explain all the steps they went through without ever having talked about what the meal was they were trying to serve, what the hunger was they were trying to, you know, address. I think that Adam talked about that at the start, but it seems to me that fair for the groups also to be clearer about that, right? Because I mean, the way, I mean, James is being nice. He's saying, well, I'm going to fill in some information here that you should have, in a way, by saying, you know, as I drive through the city, I can begin to understand this thing, its particular ugliness, its particular charm, relative to another set of ugly, charming things along I-35, right? And I think that that's up to you, because if the minute you do that, then you begin to see where the project has some shortcomings, right? Like I think personally that it is, in terms of its overall fact, it's too collagistic. Like if you look at it and step back, and especially the elevations, there's never a point at which it becomes larger than a piece, right? It's always a piece kind of a thing, as opposed, and it's true that even I mean the stadium is actually a really great thing to think about. Like the stadium began as a whole, it began as a kind of democratic one-end Greek stadium, and then they added the wall of orange, which was this piece at scale relative to, even though the highway wasn't that large then. You know, so you start looking at the kind of pieces that are here, and it made me realize why the decision you made to put the roller derby outside, which I would have objected to. I think it's a problem. I mean, I think it should be either inside behind glass so you can see it reasonably, or for a number of reasons. I mean, the primary one being that there's this whole history of these remarkably successful malls that have, especially in Texas, like the Galleria. The Galleria in Houston may be the most beautiful shopping mall in one of the two or three, but in section, it's really remarkable shopping mall that's kind of. So I think that my kind of first kind of criticism of your project would be that it just following on what James said, that it's just too pieced, even though the pieces like begin to establish these kind of teeth, like a kind of a creature, you know, like that. The development of that is, and I understand it from the point of view of, you know, you three were forced together in the kitchen to put your various pieces together again. But I think that for me, the stepping back and going, wait, urbanistically, what is this thing? You know, is still kind of a wanting a little bit, or wanting explanation.
I think some of that criticism is, you know, is pointed. I mean, the collagistic aspect of some of these projects, I think, you know, is a result of how I've asked them to work. But you know, I guess I wonder, like, what is the problem with collage? And that would be more of a question for, like, why is that? Why is collage an issue? But also, what are the benefits of it? So maybe that would be another question.
If I could address that, there's no actual problem with collage. I mean, collage is it's actually a modern. It's worth knowing that collage enters the history of culture in a big way at the moment when the modern decides that the picturesque is amoral. So it outlaws the picturesque, and immediately the collage enters as a process-based way of achieving the same kind of essentially individualistic form of experience, but just doing it out of process rather than as an upfront source of wealthy person's pleasure, which is why it was written off by Marx, Engels, Stieglitz, all these early theorists of the 20th century, you know, in late 19th and early 20th century, who wrote off. But collage immediately enters to achieve the same thing. I don't have a problem with collage because I believe in the notion of the individual as the basis of the perception of public space at the moment. But what I don't like in this particular project is the collage results in a thing that has a net sum total of small pieces. And what's really required is something like substantial that arises, like you can think of the building that you guys saw in Tokyo with the giant column, right? Like it's a collage, but there's one thing there that establishes that, like, the collage really occurs at different sets of perception within the city, as opposed to just the collage arising from the scale of artifacts that have been assembled to make the sum total. Does that make sense, Adam?
Yeah.
I think it makes sense, and is it just I guess the question is, like, is an issue of like particular response to that particular site, sort of like a Kenneth Frampton kind of idea?
Yes. Yeah, it has to do, it shows up mostly in the elevations, like when you see it, like when you see it driving along the highway, or in these many small pieces that look like if you look back at all the precedents, there's always one gesture or one combination that addresses the very large macro level, and then as you move down in scale, so there's the phased house, but as you move down in scale, the facedness of it collapses in favor of something else, or it's the building operating at different scales. And then, I mean, I have other comments. I should let James and Sue jump back in here. I don't mean to.
No, you're fine.
I think for the first part, I'll kind of echo the same thing, that the same comments that I make. Like I-35 is split to like stadiums and like stadiums on the west and like practice on the east and small sport program. So I expected like a big change here to like tie in those two things, because I-35 really split this sport district, let's say. So like a big gesture will really help here to like tie in things together instead of just another small sport kind of arcade area, you know. Like I like to see like that differentiation of scale this project can try to tie in together, because you're showing the 35 on that drawing strongly too. So it'll be nice to see how, you know, that interpretation gets reinvented of what I-35 current situation is. It's an edge condition right now.
Yeah, I mean,
You guys want to respond to that? Oh.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering if the students wanted to respond to any of these questions or thoughts. Or we can take this. We can go with Tate and see if you guys have any thoughts. So.
Well, I mean, I keep thinking, and so I'm really excited that this question about collage starts to come up, because, you know, let's say even in the world of collage, there's everything from rollage to assemblage. So I think that recollage, and so I think I want to put pressure on the students to, you know, recognize that really they've been given almost a kind of surrealist set of acts to go through this semester, and to understand that decisions that they've made along the process resulted in, let's say, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but the kind of scrapyard of putting pieces together and trying to begin to negotiate how they might force fit, or maybe they are indifferent to one another. And so I think that they have to, though, in the narrative, kind of take responsibility and accountability to what they're putting on the table. Because one could say that, you know, the urbanism that we have today in Texas works through the kind of construction of discrete islands that are in some ways kind of self-reflexive onto one another. And, you know, you have to be, you know, there are some people who are completely embrace that. And then there are other institutions that say, oh no, this is bad. And so I think that as an architect and as an interior designer or urban designer, planner, in any of these fields, you have to understand where you want to position your work in within that field.
Yeah.
So I would like to hear the students kind of maybe speak to that. Like, there's a big difference between, let's say, and I'm going to keep referring to Las Vegas, between New York, and Circus and Bellagio and Venice, you know. And so in some ways, this is in some ways taking on the, it has aspects of it that are the kind of New York, where that facade is really made of individual facades that are really, they don't actually sit next to each other in that way in New York, but it really, it privileges the pieces and some general vague idea of the whole. And so I guess I would like to know how the students here might be kind of thinking about that. I can't help but see also the Hollywood sign here when I see Derby being spelled out, and maybe that helicopter is always hovering over this thing and literally carrying an inflatable
Yeah, I mean, I think initially we talked about this as being a really eye-catching thing, and yeah, one of our initial schemes had it as almost like a totemic sort of figure with a headdress, and it was very much thinking about yeah, being this sort of monumental object, and it sort of got yeah, scaled back and sort of spread out a little bit over time. And I think that maybe that initial impulse to really make it a strong sort of united form might have been more appropriate to the site, just because it is.
Do you see this as a place that's always under construction? Is it permanently under construction, or is there a moment when it's finished?
The way we discussed it is that it would
think that, it would be finished.
Finished.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I envision it, you know, Las Vegas, they're always revamping things and changing things out. I think that's something that would be a possibility, but that's not necessarily the way that we're envisioning this and how it relates to the city. As you mentioned, the roller derby being outside with it being hot and things like that, that is a concern. But we also have canopies that we would set up in ways of mitigating that we had talked through. But our goal is really to make something that was a little bit playful and silly and gaudy and fit those aesthetic terms, which is why it does look as though it's a bit more piecemealed together.
I wish
the way
the
arcades are set up, they're typically, you know, kind of piecemealed together as well. And so that's kind of the concept in the way that we've been thinking about this. And I think that we achieved representing our aesthetic terms in a way that works quite well. It definitely doesn't look as coordinated or visually appealing as maybe other buildings would.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
there's certainly plenty of worse buildings along that corridor. The screen is actually interesting to talk about. I mean, the screen that kind of wraps below the letters I'd like to see, it's one of those things you really want to see it with that off, because I mean, that screen, it's this really weird thing. I mean, on the one hand, I think there's this kind of question of combining and combining elements together and trying to maximize the return. There's this old trope that when I was in school, that like Bernard Tschumi used to, roll it out every time about the kind of surrealist had this great saying about that collage was as beautiful as a chance meeting of the sewing machine and the umbrella on an operating table, right? Like when you put things together and you collage them together, that it wasn't just collage, right? Like that collage went towards the picturesque, but that you could go in another direction, which was towards shifting meaning in such a way that you, by recombining elements in ways that they weren't meant to be, which somehow is at the heart of this project. Clearly, the screen, on the other hand, is this element that it arose actually in architecture in a number of interesting ways. I mean, you see it, especially in the early work of Morphosis, or actually all the work of Morphosis, where you see it as a kind of tool to basically take what are not particularly interesting things and make them more interesting by actually, to a certain degree, hiding the very stark, shocking fact of the sewing machine and the umbrella on the site, right? It's actually an anti-collagistic device that's meant to, in some ways, I mean, you see it also in the kind of translucent materials that Apple started using to kind of make the shitty circuitry inside your computer more interesting, right? Like it's a tool which is used in a sense to auto collage, but drain from collage its potential to have content. Right, so for me, like that's the part of the project which this is the second really, it really is a criticism of the project. Like the second part of the operating of the work, that screen which you guys use to achieve scale has a net effect of actually downplaying the potential for that scale to also be shocking or disruptive in a way. Does that make sense? It's a little bit like taking all the strange things and then draping them over with the mosquito net in a way to just so that you can go back to studying instead of having these kind of demanding dolls screaming at you, in a way. So I mean, I think that I also think that at the heart of that particular concept of being like when you're assembling things together, that it's not just a kind of formal assemblage. It's not just a programmatic assemblage. It's also an assemblage of some larger question of identity. That the tactical problem of that points to the fact that the decisions you make have to be very economic. Like if you look at what you have and the way you assemble forms, you actually end up doing things like, and it's going to be weird to talk about this, but I want to talk a little bit about construction. So because you end up actually maximizing surface area and joints, which is this thing that then takes the cost of construction through the roof and then in a way damns the building to a certain level of obscurity or obsolescence in a way which, like if you think of something like a building which I think is very similar to this, which is the Goetheanum, right? That crazy thing made out of stone by Steiner. Yeah. And it's really worth looking at, right? Like every single decision, it's insane, but it's also not going away. Whereas this is insane, but it's going away. It's going away in part because the decisions that you make about collage are such that they maximize the discreteness of the number of pieces, which then has the net result of having this kind of strange, it makes for cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and cheaper construction, but it doesn't necessarily take advantage of cheaper construction, which I mean, I think there are architects to look at like Venturi, who's just a genius. And actually, there's not a better time to start looking at Venturi than right now, because Venturi was the master of the $50 a square foot budget, right? He was the master of how do you, I mean, he was working at a time which may be like the time we're about to enter, where building budgets were really, really, really so, I mean, Michael Benedict said this, and I think he's probably right. I mean, sheetrock was invented because of the building economy. It's not absolutely correct, but if you have budgets that are so much lower than what we expect, right? Than what we've grown to in this kind of period of construction that rivals only the Middle Kingdom in Egypt the last 10 years. When these budgets are like here and now, all of a sudden then that question of like how you begin to actually think of the way you're conceiving architecture as a consequence of cheapness, I think then engages these decisions about detail and joint, which then rebound on the idea of how you collage together different things. Which I mean, that's really not it's really just advice. I mean, in terms of like thinking about how you would develop this particular way of working further.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah. It'll play really well with your narrative if you added that budget factor, because then you will have a reason of how to do it, why to do it, why you're doing it, and why you're making these decisions. It's something weird to talk in academia to talk about budget, but I think it's necessary.
In some way, sorry, we have like 2 minutes left, so just so you know, go ahead.
But let's say, how do you approach that, not as a limitation, but as an opportunity to actually advance an aesthetic idea and to advance a kind of architectural organizational strategy, form strategy. So like, I think oftentimes when we say, oh, okay, suddenly cost is going to come into as a factor, but how do you actually recognize that as a kind of motivation in a particular moment in time for cultural production?
I think that's a very interesting point. As an added parameter for design, budgets are certainly one that drive everyone crazy. But they can be a point of departure for generating new ideas, of course. I think that's like an interesting idea for maybe how I might frame the next studio. That was not a consideration I asked the students to take on.
Sure.
But I do find budgets to be interesting.
That's the one where you begin the semester by looking at the little early beach houses in New Jersey that Venturi made, which are among the most brilliant buildings in the whole history of American architecture. Or my favorite Venturi building, Fire Station number 4, in you know, where you're like
the low house.
No, yeah, the fire station in Columbus, Indiana, where you had zero budget and yet invented the tower, and it's all paint and tower, and
we looked at that.
Such a brilliant building. It's
we
one
looked
of my
at
favorite buildings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and they do work with very cheap materials.
Can I make one other comment? Just again, it's a criticism for this team. I mean, I like this team. These are all people I really like, and I think they're all graduating. Is that right, Jenny? Are you graduating?
No.
Oh, that's good. Then we get to work with you on these same issues for another semester. So the one thing that I really missed in the story was like there was this thing when you guys were talking about Alice the doctor, and I have a daughter who's a doctor, so I have large issues about whether a doctor could ever have time at night to do a YouTube channel. That's a whole separate thing. But the thing was that got lost for me. Like the really bizarre fact that this is a medical clinic, and that somehow that in kind of commerce, in medical commerce, there's this perverse relationship between being a doctor and then promoting something that's antithetical to health. You know, it's a little bit like being a sports doctor for a football team. You know, it's completely effed up when you think about it, right? And that's actually one of the best ways to it's a business model. In fact, it's the business model at UT, right? Like there's sports medicine here, and most of those people go to work for football teams, right? And you're like, wait, you know, that part of the story, you know, the fact that the clinic ended up, and because you guys kept talking about Alice's insistence, and you're going, wait, as an architect, you also have, it's not just diagnosis, right? You're also providing kind of anecdotal kind of ideas about how that program might move forward. And for me, that the kernel core of this thing, that somehow this was like this kind of almost like outpost on the highway, like a completely internalized world, that within that the medical component somehow got like shortchanged a little bit. I wish it had been stronger.
Thank you, David. Did you guys want to respond to that? We do need to wrap up, but if you want to respond, feel free. Or you can say we don't want to.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. Yes, I understand that idea with the medical piece. In our transition from part 2 to part 3, we had this existing building that was on the site, and that was his medical clinic. But moving from that, I'm interested in talking about the cheap materiality and the screen and whatnot to kind of mask that. And I'm not just sure if that was the intent behind putting the screen up. We weren't looking to cover necessarily the quality of the materiality or anything like that on the interior. But I sort of wonder if the screen provides, I was thinking of it as more of a way of providing an element of surprise, hinting towards people about what could be inside to draw people in to experience what they can't quite see fully, sort of driving some curiosity. With this extravagant building, but it's somewhat masked. So that was some of the thinking around that, as opposed to it's exposing everything from the get-go and leaving nothing to curiosity.
The screen doesn't wrap around the entire building. It's only on the view. Well, thank you.
Anyways, thank you guys.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Danny, Jenny, David for starting us off.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Thank you to the reviewers. Let's go into the next group, which is Zoe and Angela, and their terms are quirky and sleek, and they're both interior design students. Okay. So I think we'll go until noon.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Zoe and Angela is my partner.
Hi everyone, I'm Angela.
So just to start off with what SQ Grounds is, like Adam said, our terms are sleek and quirky. And to describe those, sleek is an elegant, streamlined shape or design. It's smooth, it's glossy, and quirky is typically characterized by something being peculiar or unexpected. And so I'll let Angela describe the first portion of her object.
So my found object is a toner bottle, and the keyword is sleek. In order to represent this shape of the shape and the quality of this toner, I chose to use small little marbles to make up the little unit, and then I used the silver spray paint to paint the top and bottom to represent the different colors. And then as for the pedestal, I chose to use 1, 2, 3 blocks to further emphasize the sleek part of the of that property.
Just quickly, that image on the top, is that yours or is that a found image?
It's a found image.
Yeah.
That's the actual object, though.
Right. I just recall that. I remember that. It's a brilliant, brilliant image. Just like, yeah.
And for my object, it is what is called, well, I renamed it to the quirky googly tchotchke, but it's called the seed of happiness, and it's made from a leftover ball of clay. The artist didn't know what to do with his leftover clay, so he created it into a smile and would give them out to his friends whenever they were having a hard time. And so to recreate this object, I used really small googly eyes to create the material around it, and then left the smile inserted in so you could still kind of see the face. And then just going into, Angela, you can go into the furniture now.
So as for how we combine the furniture, our requirement is to literally combine the two objects in a literal form. And both Zoe and my models are tectonic, made out of the smaller units. So we decided to use half of my toner bottle and the entire object of her smiley face, and then smash it on top of each other, and then made them still out of the different bowls. As you can see in this image, we also use my pedestal as the references as the top and bottom of the table lamp. So we also chose to do a hybrid form. So this is a table, a tactile table, but it's also lit up from the bottom. Yeah. And we chose to represent the sleekness and the materiality, as you can see. And then the quirky is in the form, the shape of it is where the quirking comes in. Yeah.
And that theme, the combination of combining sleek and quirky as representative of the form and then as the materiality carries out throughout the rest of the project. So in order to use the sleek quirky table lamp, we scaled it up by a lot and ended up rotating it on its side, as you can see. So now instead of the table lamp being vertical, it's horizontal. And then we rotated it 45 degrees to apply it to the existing building, which we also trimmed that building down. And so SQ grounds, which is now what this area is, what this building is an area for, I'll just go back to this, sorry. It's the reason why it's named SQ grounds is because the smile part of it houses a yoga studio, and then the bottom floor of the of this area houses a coffee shop, and then above the bottom floor is residential for yoga instructors to live. We're thinking of how yoga instructors will go to ashrams and practice, and so we were thinking that this could be kind of a movable residential space. So it's kind of how it like rotates. The yoga studio, yoga instructors will rotate out. And so in order to get more of a grasp on the design, we use the Venn diagrams to really identify what the terms would be doing for us, how it might make this, how it might make this space feel, what it might be made of. And then we used some precedents to just ensure our design and bring it to life even more. So this is starting off with a production, and this is a view of the downstairs of the coffee shop, which is just open seating, but above there's some private rooms that you can reserve if needed. This is an overview. As you can see, there's a yoga image to attract viewers from the highway, because this building is very confusing when you look at it. You wouldn't know what it was. And so we wanted to use a billboard type image on it to attract people to come and explore.
It's fridded. It's a fridded image on glass. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the bottom floor. This is the second level. And then this is what begins with the residential space. So there's a communal area with a kitchen and a living space and a dining space. This is the yoga studio. And the yoga studio is accessible through the existing, I'm blanking on the word, I'm sorry. The existing signage. And so you can choose to go up through the signage with the elevator, or if you're coming from the coffee shop area, you can also ride the elevator up and then cross over through the bridge, which it goes through what used to be the toner of Angela's object. And then I'll just go over to Myro.
Thank you. Maybe if you could just zoom in on your drawings.
Yeah, we're having trouble with Myro, so actually have another PDF that I can show that
Okay.
will be
We can
easier.
just go back. We can flip through in Zoom.
I'm sorry.
I mean, we can work it out in Zoom if it's not working out in Miro.
Miro. I say
Miro.
Miro.
That's a pretty great board right there to look at.
Yeah.
That's good. That's your, yeah, that's good.
This shows all of our drawings.
Cool.
See.
I have a question for you guys. Do you think that this place is pillowy and bubbly enough?
I think it is. And the spheres or the bubbles they're really supposed to be seen and not super interacted with. So you can walk through the corridor and see them or see them from the highway. And then we ended up carrying the structure of what holds the toner spheres over and used it to wrap around the bottom floors of the coffee shop area to connect the spaces more.
Have you ever come across something it's called the Hausrucker bubble?
I don't think so.
Hausrucker company made this, they had a project that basically was attached through the window of an existing building, and it basically was a kind of bubble environment. And they're not the only ones to do this. There's a whole kind of history of these kind of bubble environments. Even when we think about Rainer Banham's A House Is Not a Home, the drawings that accompany that, and you know, sometimes I think that we're conditioned by the world in which we live in and our expectations of what rooms and corridors and environments might be like is in part informed by that. But you guys give us this initial way in where it's a kind of field of bubbles. and I'm like, okay, like, how do I begin to me, a really interesting tension that I think that you're not exploiting enough yet is, how does the stuff that the world has made that I have to, that you know, I'm sitting right now at a desk that has been kind of through industrial design made to be a certain height with a certain kind of chair. And so rooms have to respond to that. And you know, the initial piece of furniture that you guys made begins to question and challenge those. And I would say, how do you scale that up? Or how do you understand that it might be a not so easy relationship between the room that you create and the stuff that goes in it? And so I want you to like amplify that. Yeah.
Do you want to respond to that, or ask a question of them?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. We've talked about how to make the bubbles and shapes more interact with people, but we already scaled the furniture up by 36. The original requirement is scale it maximum by 24, and we already did 36. And the bubbles are still too small to be occupiable. So we took in order to make that little shape more, I guess like more accessible by people, is that we took the structure of my toner bottles and then scale it up and then put it wrap around the first floor as a screen. So so scale it even more up so people can actually go through the holes. And I don't know if that helped to answer the comment.
There was a building, I'm trying to find it, just looking online on my other computer here. It was like a Swiss pavilion, 2016, 2017, something at Venice Biennale that was a series of cast bubbles. I can't find it. That you could climb through and move through. It's quite remarkable and quite very popular.
I want to say that Christian Carez. It doesn't look like a Christian Carez project, but that's who I think it was. And
I think you're right. It was incredibly popular. I mean, people were just in line for hours trying to climb in this thing because it was just so kind of stunning. And so, I mean, when you were saying that they were too small, they might be too small for the program, which then brings up this kind of a kind of larger point about your project. I mean, Kate, I don't know if you had other things you wanted to say, but I feel like I just interrupted something you had kind of, yeah. So there's something about your project that threw me off a little bit. I mean, so it had to do with the sleek and quirky, and I was trying to think about sleek and quirky and how they came and combined. They didn't really combine in your project. They've stayed these two things that are kind of talking to each other, which we should talk about. I mean, there are many interesting sleek and quirky things. I mean, for me, the kind of high point of sleek and quirky is really expensive early Ferraris. You know, because they on the one hand, they take this incredible pleasure in modern sleekness, and at the same time they carry forward all these 19th century conventions about what a gentleman's world was. You know, and so there are very quirky things like door handles or you know, things that are built-in quirks that have to do with, and actually that Venice, that whole kind of northern Italy, you know, design in the 1950s, 1960s was just obsessed with this. I mean, you can see it in beautiful, strange things like Carlo Scarpa radiator, you know, like it's just sleekness and then a radiator, you know, like these crazy combinations of things that are being carried forward from the past that are arguably quirky. And then this other trajectory of modernism with regard to kind of sleekness. But those two things have kind of stayed separated in your design. And then I like the design. I mean, in many ways, I like the kind of the discussion between this kind of bubble world and then this kind of like box world. I think that at the point where it is now, and I think that Kate was alluding to this, you're not really making the most of this. And I think that you're not making the most of it because where you are in the process is like Adam has been driving you guys forward, step A, step B, step C, step D, step E, step F, step cross, shuffle, step, you know, combine, and so forth. And you arrive at this kind of thing where you have what's best described as an orphan child, right? It got there not by, it got there and now you have it, and it's been given to you by this process, and now you have to decide what it is and how you can best serve it as a kind of a parent / designer, right? The parent in this case. So if you look at it and you go, well, I think that you guys made this decision to turn the orphan child on its side, which makes, urbanistically speaking, the experience of the bubbles and the box more of a kind of discourse between the two things. But then by connecting through, as opposed to connecting up or separating entirely, and then by really on the inside of the bubble thing, kind of getting rid of all the bubbles. I mean, the bubbles really just the kind of decoration for the yoga studio. I think you lose a really powerful chance to describe a kind of a really strange bifurcation between these two kinds of worlds. This kind of strange IBM, corporate, sleek, you know, and then this other weird memory, bizarre. So I think that the project is kind of like, the project wants for you guys to, I hate to say this, it wants for you to take it over and forget Adam for a minute and just go, you know, yeah, Adam got us here, but now he's left us, you know, and he's left us with this thing that we need to somehow claim and make our own.
So yeah, but just one thing to add, the bubbles in the yoga studio are we designed it as a PV panel, so it's like not purely decoration. Just to add.
Yeah, it's a decorative PV panel. 2 thumbs up. And I don't have a problem. What I mean by decorative is just that if you look in the section and then you look in the plan, you know, just the fact that you never get a chance, once you're inside this kind of sleek thing, you never get a chance to experience the quirky thing, right? The Actually, what's really quirky about your building is, if you look at this, the cross section, is that were you to approach this thing from the neighborhood side, and were you to go up in it, having perceived in advance that it was a thin thing, you'd find this miraculous long hallway that would take you out, and you keep going down. You're like, this is impossible. What am I? Where did this tube come from, right? But it's really weird. I would have probably argued for reversing the siding of your building, so that the box hid to the largest extent possible the bubble world, so that were you to approach it from the highway, and were you to park in front of it, and were you to go up in this thing, and then were you to start walking down that hallway, at some point you would realize that, from the point of view of your memory, that you were no longer in the confines of the thing that you remembered to have been there. Actually, a really great example of that kind of experience, it's not a great example, but one I can think of, is when you go into Garrison Hall at the University of Texas, and you walk through the back of it, and unbeknownst to you, the site has fallen away. And you open a door back there, and the ground has dropped away. And it's terrifying, right? Because it's contrary to what you perceive will happen. So I think that there's some that were like, if you're going to stay with the idea of the tube of bubbles coming off the building, there's kind of two things I would recommend. One is to reverse the siding, and the other is to actually find a way to support the whole thing from inside, which you don't have to worry about. You just turn to someone in your studio and go, hey, you architects, tell me how to do this, or you call someone structural engineer and go, I don't care, make this work, make this happen. You know, like why do I have to climb up this stair on the inside? You go, well, because it's a yoga studio. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's some weird moments in the John Portman SunTrust building where you find yourself going from one environment to another through these different tubes.
Yeah, I'll echo everything said before too. It's like, even from your first image, it's not your image. Like, I would like you to take that object and photograph that object. It's, you know, like, touch it. Like, it looks like a lot of things at the beginning were downloaded from the net, you know.
I actually thought that you made that image.
Yeah, because you need to feel the image.
I never asked because I just thought you made it.
Because you get translucency, you get a lot of effects that you're like, okay, she's getting it. But when you said like, no, that's not my image, it's like, oh. And that's what happens. Like, this is the reaction we're getting on the finals. Like, now you're not interacting with your object. It feels like a skin only, when you can actually enter the bubble. Like the image is sent by James on the chat, you know?
Yeah, I'm also curious to know, because both of you are interior students, right?
Yes.
What made you want to put so much attention on the outside as opposed to just saying, you know,
yeah, hell with it.
Yeah,
hell with it.
Yeah.
It's like, give me a volume, and I'm gonna go to town. I mean, I'm just curious.
That's a really interesting question. I think due to our time restraint is kind of what led a lot of decisions, which is not the best answer, but it's like, that's just the truth. And we were just trying to figure out how to make this work and like realistically be able to be in this space, I think.
Yeah. I asked that in part because it's all, I'm increasingly fascinated. Like, I live over in East Austin, right where all of those new 4/2 buildings are going up, and you start to recognize, God, I mean, really, you know, you're given this 18 to 24 foot height at the ground level, and basically interior space. And so, sure, you can do some treatment of signage on the facade, but really, the opportunity to do something interesting is going to be in how you approach the interiors. And so, in some ways, I wouldn't be surprised to find that the site that you guys are working on right now won't be too long probably before there is, it'll probably be, well, maybe given the height constraints, it'll be a 4/2 apartment building. And so really what happens along that ground plane between the freeway and the ground is a really interesting problem, which will probably be resolved in a way that all of us in this room will be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that's what happened. But I think that there are a lot of opportunities just for you as an interior person to kind of challenge what a coffee shop or a yoga studio is and how they and their proximities to each other, the kind of ways in which they kind of operate within this part of the city.
Do you want to respond to that? Maybe I can help you. I mean, I think that you can point to what you've done and say, look, we actually are thinking about these things. You know, you don't have to just agree with everyone who's talking to you.
Adam, my favorite part in here is, and I wish it was more than just a skylight into the yoga studio, but to me, one of the most interesting parts of the yoga studio cutaway is I almost wonder, like, should the coffee shop be kind of connected on that diagonal to the yoga studio? So when you're in the coffee shop, there's this, I mean, it's a kind of Cool House, Delirious New York situation of the athletic club, but but what would that mean instead of it being in a kind of tower stack? What does that mean for it to be distributed in a more kind of horizontal urbanism?
Like you're saying, from the yoga studio, there's a direct connection to the cafe.
Well, in your argument for the production of more hybrids,
right?
How do you begin to productively push on that?
Yeah.
And to me, that's where there's an opportunity. Mm-hmm. I mean, there is a interesting. It's a very small Diller Scofidio Renfro project in New York, where I think it's an extension to their Lincoln Center project, where how you observe the dance studio practice room from certain vantage points and how it works in section is a somewhat straightforward response, but it also has some interesting spatial and aesthetic relationships that are formed.
Yeah.
Because it's them, it's a lot of glass, but but I think that there are other ways that could operate as well. And then I think one other thing that I would, especially given that we're talking to two interior students, you know, to think about beyond, let's say, the finishes and fittings of an interior space, you know, sounds and other, let's say, other registers, and I mean that applies to architecture students as well. But I think here a coffee shop is in part what it is because of the smells and the sounds and things and all of those other senses.
I think that's a good point, thinking about all of the senses that are coming into play. And I think the visionary aspect could have been more evaluated, I guess, and maybe having a continuation of the bubbles and the spheres in other places would have been interesting.
Do you guys ever go to the Cactus Cafe?
I've never been there.
It's not very nice in my opinion.
I mean, I'm bringing up because last semester, it was the first time I'd ever walked in there. And it was interesting because you felt like you were going, or at least the route that I took to get into it, I felt like I was moving through a few different environments, and where those thresholds were, where those lines were formed and not formed in terms of boundaries. To me, I think that that's in this idea that you've put on the table. To me, those are some of the kind of interesting parts on the interior to really kind of touch on.
I think that this project does that, and maybe it's just the fact that we haven't looked very closely at the plans so much, but you actually it's actually kind of like a two-sided, it's sort of a two-face building, and one face is seen from the highway, which is like the bubble, and the other way you approach you would just see this box with the screen at the first floor. And you can actually, there's two ways to circulate. You can circulate through the cafe. There's an elevator that'll take you to that corridor. So you could circulate, most likely if you're driving there, you would actually circulate through the cafe, take the elevator to the corridor, walk through the corridor, enter the yoga studio. There is a secondary elevator which can be accessed from the sidewalk, but that would be quite unused, I think, unless you were walking directly to the yoga studio. So I think it does actually, in terms of circulation, it does take you through sort of like a very unexpected, quirky, literally surprising route to get to the yoga studio.
It's I mean, I hate to argue with the difference between surprising and quirky. It's surprising.
Part of quirky's meaning is that it has an element of surprise.
Yeah, but isn't the surprise based on the idea that somehow there's an unjustifiable variation, right? Like, so, I mean, quirky is, for example, the relationship of the court of the myrtles to the court of the lions at the Alhambra, because there are these major doors, and then there's a minor door which looks like you're entering into a storage closet, and that takes you on access into the court of the lions. You know, it's one of the great moments in, I mean, because you're not supposed to go to the court of the lions if you're in the court of the myrtles, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I keep thinking about, like, there's so much about this project that I wish, it's kind of funny because it's antithetical to, I think, what Adam was after for you two. I just think that there's so much in this project where you could work back for a moment, like, and just like strip this back down to some essential kinds of issues, and then pursue it again, come back at it again. Like, I mean, I realize that in many ways, what Adam is asking you guys to consider is the presence of this kind of strange set of balls kind of floating in the city, and especially set against, which I think works quite well, this perforated fence down below. I think that, I like that perforated fence that you enter into that courtyard before the cafe from that, you know, not exactly seeing the grape cluster or the atom thing on the backside. But, you know, like what I keep wondering about, and it goes back to, in many ways, the Tate's original point, is you think of that kind of world of sphere spaces and how you might move through them, and how you would never question their absoluteness, right? Because they're self-justifying spheres. Whereas inside that box, you know, the location of a stud wall, or the location of a hallway, or all those things are driven by sets of parameters that are defined by economy, size of plywood, you know, what conventions are for the size of a room. And the disjunction between those two things is really, it always favors the latter in our school, right? Because invariably we scratch it back down to, well, the way things are done, as opposed to the way things could be done, you know? So, I mean, I think that the whole idea of saying, well, all right, I mean, I just sketched it here. I was sitting here sketching it. I'm just this stupid little sketch, right? You go, well, all right, There's a plan of, and you think of that versus a plan of boxes, a plan of stud wall rooms, and you're like, it just opens itself up to so much imagining, right? Like first of all, there's no hallway, right? You always have to move enfilade. You have to move from room to room. Somewhere in there's going to be a quirk though, because you need vertical circulation, right? So, or the quirk occurs like it does in the Palladio building in the armpit, right? In the poche, right? Like there's all this, everything that's a problem to the system occurs somehow embedded between the spheres, but I like the fact that you can't do that, because in order to keep Adam happy, you have to keep the floating balls in the city, right? So then quirkiness automatically enters the world of that set of spheres by the fact that you have to introduce programs into it that don't satisfy what's the fact that it's essentially a kind of enfilade series of rooms that are like a Palladian villa or a palace or really a kind of 18th century and earlier idea about how space is made, as opposed to a kind of 1850 onwards, really 20th century idea of how space is made, which is in the sleek box piece. So I think that there's this kind of thing, which is that all the genes are there, all the kind of genetic kind of material is there to really investigate as a thesis more deeply, and that where the project's hung up a little bit is that it's kind of temporarily gone into, in order to move forward, into a kind of frozen form, which you might want to reconsider just a little bit, melt it a little bit, just in order to kind of get it to give you more richness in terms of experience inside the building as you set these two kinds of spaces against each other and what their expectations are. I mean, I think so. For me, it's really more of a kind of, okay, nice. Now back up a little bit, go on to a slightly richer siding, and pursue it again, and see where the thesis of the space potentially brings you. Now, I have to say, the thing I don't like about it is that the thesis of the space is a dialectic. It's a dialectical relationship between two kinds of space, and Adam has strictly asked you to avoid that particular way of problem solving, and I couldn't agree more. It's a time-honored, it's a time-honored way to get architecture students to move things forward. Hard versus soft, wood versus steel, all these false dialectics, but I think that it's not really a dialectical discourse. It's really a cultural discourse about a way of thinking about space that existed once, and a way about thinking about space that exists currently. There are other ways of thinking about space, but that's an interesting dialogue. I mean, a vibrant one, because it brings into play ideas of difference, ideas of value, ideas of hierarchy, idea of where value is placed, in terms of, like how you would spend money. I don't know if you've ever driven up along I-35 to Dallas, but there's this really crazy town called Italy, right? And in Italy, there's this guy, he's an Italian guy, like he poured these concrete domes, right? He's just obsessed with pouring concrete domes and combining them. There's this thing called the bruco along the highway, which is, the bruco is the Italian word for caterpillar, which, because it's like a neighborhood in Siena that every tourist wants to be that part of the bruco, the neighborhood of the caterpillar. This is caterpillar, which is composed of these dome spaces. And I mean, the guy is desperate to try to find a way to convince Americans that this particular way of thinking space actually has some value. And it's very sad and kind of poignant moment, because now they built a McDonald's right nearby, and the McDonald's and the bruco, the relationship between those two things is a little bit like the relationship between the box you have and this kind of world of spheres. So I think there's this kind of poignant, lovely thing there that you could really kind of pleasantly expand outward, in your isolation at home. And now it's a kind of perfect time. And I have to say, just with regard to obsessive thesis pursuing, I have never been busier in my entire life than the last 4 weeks. In the last 4 weeks, this is a time to enjoy, dive into the kind of lovely, pleasant, circular things like that, to my mind. I mean, you may not agree, because you guys have to generate work to finish the semester and be done with it. But I've just never been busier, because like now there's these great opportunities to reopen those questions that were they were floating around in design discourse, and then in some large measure, because of the financial consequences of the last 15 years. They got drained away in favor of other things. Anyway, I enjoyed your project.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Any final comments or any questions you might want to ask the reviewers? Or I just want to say, like, I'm very proud of where both of you have come, and as interior design students, you've been thrown a bunch of crazy things that normally you would maybe not find yourself doing as an interior designer. And you know, like, I think that you are just as equally capable of thinking about all of these like spatial implications, material implications at the building scale as you are at the room scale, as you are at the object scale, the furniture scale. And I think that you've demonstrated that. Like, I'm not sure how many times you've been asked to work at this scale, like designing a building. How many times have you been asked to do that?
Year at
I'd
least,
just
right?
like to know.
I think once for each of us besides this, and whenever we were abroad.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
But in first year too, right? Design 1, design 2. There's projects where you're asked to kind of conceive of an entity, right? And
Yes,
the kind
but
of
that
was
was,
it's not a building, but
yeah.
Those
No.
are very like abstract and not a lot of occupiable space we need to consider. It's more about the form, the skin of the architecture, and the foundation.
But wait, you two were abroad. Where were you abroad?
I was on the Paris program and Angela was on the Italy program.
Italy program. I remember Angela on the Italy program, right? So the two of you have no excuses for thinking of spaces not in this kind of lucidly rich way of just a world of spheres, right? You know what I'm saying? Like even, I mean, sorry, I mean.
Well,
Adam, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I mean, I
no, that's fine. I think that like you had to take on a lot of new kind of like learning curves here. But I think what hopefully is a takeaway is that these things like across scales share some of the same, like you have the same abilities to apply across these scales. And I think you're totally capable of doing that. So thank you to our reviewers. Thank you to Angela and Zoe for presenting. So now that's the first session. Thank you so much, David, Suhash, and Tate.
Yeah.
I wish you could continue to join us. You're welcome to if you want to. Our next session is at 12:30. Also, I know everyone's very busy, and this was a lot of Zooming already. Thank you so much for your time, and have a great day.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, and next one is at 12:30. Okay, guys. All right. Thanks. So thank you for joining us for this final review. This is an advanced studio, which is interdisciplinary. We have master's and undergraduate architecture students as well as interior design students. The studio is titled Dragging Modernity Between Beautiful and Ugly. And so this studio is dealing with in some part, I guess, the meta issues around what we do as designers. It's grappling with sort of our role as designers in shaping taste culture, and also kinds of the aspirations and aesthetic paradigms that I think we have to work with in different ways. So in some way, I'm setting up kind of we're trying to find an in-between zone for different minor aesthetic paradigms, minor aesthetic categories that exist between beautiful and ugly, beautiful paired with its associated effective modality of pleasure, ugly with disgust. And these two terms are not only descriptive of different affects, but they also start to deal with taste. So for our very complex and nuanced world, turning towards perhaps more vernacular discourses and their associated various plurality of tastes and plurality of potential aesthetic paradigms, we can start to see how they might describe the world around us. Words such as cute, awkward, dumpy, whimsical, organic, sleek, cozy, zany, quirky, silly, gaudy, gauche, neat, messy, creepy, delicate, dainty, cheeky, pompous, indulgent, industrial, sexy, lumpy, leaky, and etc. are just some of the ways that we can start to describe the world around us, which may better accommodate a plurality of tastes, identities, cultures, feelings, and start to suggest different complex spatial relationships and perhaps alternative ways of seeing the world, and as well as designing for that complex world around us. So the studio starts with students kind of dealing with a found object. These objects are chosen by the student having a strong feeling about it. And these objects were things that they already owned. So it's already starting to deal with personal predilections, or you might even say personal tastes. But some of these things, they are meant to generate a close reading from the students. So the students turn towards these things and start to think closely about their meanings and associations that they might generate. And from that, pull out through a close reading what you might call a minor aesthetic category. And you can see here just the various ones that students arrived at from working closely with those objects. So cheeky and creepy, pompous, gauche, gaudy, silly, organic, delicate, indulgent, industrial, cozy, quirky, sleek, leaky, sexy. These become kind of theses of thinking about how to design and see these things. They're then asked to create a counterpart or a recapitulation of that thing that they have using their aesthetic category, to choose materials which might also speak to that category. So it's sort of a doubling down on meanings and associations of those categories. And as you can see here, the various ways in which students approached that task, and they produced it through model and then drawing. And the next step was starting to complicate these words as just single actors and start to bring in sort of hybrid paradigms. So the students came together in groups to form hybrid aesthetic categories. And you can see here the ways in which they were grouped. Students self-selected their partners, and so we have various combinations that have to work together and proportionally hold their own. The way in which they came together was in the production of a furniture. So through a shift in scale and techniques of collage and editing and reorientation, and then also dealing with the program of a furniture, and also the material reality of building a furniture, students sort of worked out an ideal client for that furniture and that, I guess, that aesthetic paradigm. And you'll see students explain that in their presentations, some of the ways in which that came about. So you can see here, just looking at organic, delicate, and indulgent, it became a sort of a spatial lamp which deals with both above and below it. It's a chick nursery in a nursery for a mother who really values closeness to nature and homegrown goods, and they had to generate a space around the furniture. So it continues to scale outward from smaller to medium-sized, and you can see that occurring through all the groups. So we have 6 groups. We looked at various precedents, and this is just a very small selection of some of them. We looked at buildings and furniture, all of which somehow deal with a legibility of differently scaled things. So we have some of which we were able to actually visit due to the fact we were able to travel to Tokyo before all of this went nuts. And so we saw the Kengo Kuma building, the M2 building, which is a collage of styles and scales, and the Philip Stark Asahi Beer Hall, as well as some of the students were able to visit the Face House, and we saw one of the toy block houses as well. And we're also looking at certain vernacular sort of roadside buildings as well because of the site. So our site is a hybrid site in several ways. So in the map there, that's a map of I-35 running through Texas. The star is Austin. The site is an existing building, so it's an addition project. It's an existing building directly adjacent to I-35, and it exists between sort of the west side, the north side, and the east side of Austin simultaneously. So in plan, it's in between, as well as in section, it's in between because it, as you can see in the existing building, it's a 20-foot tall, 6,500 square foot strip mall building. It has to address both above and below the highway, how it's seen from the highway and how it's approached from the west, where there's a larger strip mall of H-E-B and Petco, Twin Liquors, and many more types of things. And so they were asked to, in this assignment, essentially do a hybrid of programs and a hybrid of, I guess, building elements. Scaling up their furniture was the primary design method, and reorienting, editing, and then of course dealing with all of the domino effects of scaling something to become a building and then taking on program. So it's hybrid in program. There's meant to be one public component, one private component, and one in-between component. And those components were developed by the students to address what might make sense for their hybrid of terms. So there's always a housing component, and then there's some public component, which varies from retail to service to just like a public space. And with that, I will turn it over to the students to get started. So first, we have, and I'll just pull this up real quick, just to put it on the screen. First, we have Julia, Josh, and Christian. They're all MArch students, and their terms are cheeky, pompous, and creepy. Thanks.
Can everyone see our zine?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yes. Okay. So we're going to present our zine. This version's been modified for the Zoom presentation, but the original version is on our Miro board and then also linked to issue on Miro if you want to see that. So I'm Joshua Melton. Our group is Christian Lopp and Julia Martinelli. This is the Pompous, Cheeky, Creepy Spring Rider Super Center. So for the first furniture assignment, we were given the opportunity to pick a theoretical client. So we chose Belinda. Belinda was a star in high school cheer. She went on to cheer competitively in junior college, but unfortunately, Belinda tore her ACL, and her life kind of spiraled into a pit of depression after that. She lost all her money. She was forced to move home to her childhood bedroom, living at her parents' house. So she was very depressed. And kind of the only constant joy in her life was an adult-sized, pompous, creepy, cheeky spring rider, which combines these sacred artifacts from her youth, a pompous pom-pom alpaca, a creepy velvet doorstop, and a creepy sticky hand seashell.
So here are some of our previous projects. All projects were intended to be reinterpretations of the found objects. So we chose non-architectural materials to build those reinterpretations. And it was important that each of the objects shared a relationship with the plinth, so that they both share the same aesthetic category. And so here's the pompous pom-pom alpaca, remade out of pom-poms, and the definition of pompous then is sort of affectedly and irritatedly grand, solemn, and self-important.
I just like to say that Tate has graciously joined us again, so we can have 3 reviewers say. So thank you very much. He's here with us now.
Awesome, that's great. So here's the cheeky velvet doorstop. This was rebuilt out of like felt and faux materials. And the definition of cheeky then is bold, slightly rude in your face, but somewhat still charming, endearing in a amusing way. And then here's the creepy sticky hand seashell, which was remade out of sticky hands. And creepy is defined as producing sort of apprehension or making you feel at unease. And so here's the sort of the hardware we use to make the furniture piece, which we prescribed all those objects into this form. And so you have the base or the plinth at the bottom, using those sort of faux materials, staying along the lines of the same, the cheeky doorstop. And then you have a sort of literal interpretation of the doorstop with the springs. And then you're starting to see the more organic forms of what was used as the base in the alpaca, and adding the sort of creepy profile of the seashell, which, and then we sort of pinched the seat on top of that. And then this was all covered with, you can see the construction of it, but it's all eventually covered with the pom-poms.
Yeah, and so we did just want to show some of the construction process of piecing all of these 3 words and objects together. And a lot of what we used in terms of the color and form, obviously, and materials, we did carry through to our building. And then we also just wanted to show the original drawings of the furniture piece set in its context, which again was Belinda's childhood bedroom. And it's set in a suburban neighborhood looking out onto a backyard. And then we did also want to make sure that the object was really dynamic and would move with the furniture piece. And that's something that we also carried through to our building.
So getting to the building now, Belinda's parents unfortunately died in a suspicious death involving an electrocution in their home hot tub. Update on Belinda, she's still depressed, she's still sad, but she's come into a large sum of money and from her parents' will. And after lots of self-reflection and Belinda thinking about what she's really passionate about, of course, it's strip malls. She loves an H-E-B, she loves a twin liquor. Belinda decides to combine all of her passions into one and develop a mixed-use building that would house a screenwriter showroom, a billboard, a motel, a funeral home, a crematorium, a columbarium, a photo booth amusement park, several bars, and a mixed-use bar, chapel, and breakfast area. So these Venn diagrams we'll kind of get into later in more detail, but they're essentially explaining how we were studying our minor aesthetic categories and seeing what material choices and programmatic typologies they had in common.
And then so I guess from those we here on the left you're seeing the programs that we sort of chose. You're also seeing the existing building on the site and how we used that existing building to sort of gauge our scale of the plinth. And so you're seeing in the plinth, you're seeing the motel, you're seeing the columbarium, the showroom, and then above is the belly bar, nightclub, multi-purpose space.
And so Adam described the site before a little bit, but we just wanted to go a little bit further. So it is set in this parking lot, and that is the existing building alongside 35. And then there's the old Sears building in the background. And so there were 3 programmatic scales in the context that we really wanted to relate our building to. So the first was the residential scale, which you can see to the north of the building and to the west of 35. The second was the scale of the retail stores, the existing strip malls surrounding the building. And then the third scale was a scale of 35, the big freeway that runs alongside of it.
And then these 2 obliques are showing how the furniture piece was literally scaled to the size of the building. So the plinth was scaled at a factor of 24, the springs at a factor of 30, and then the screenwriter seat portion at a factor of 12. To show that drawing larger and reiterate what Julia just said, you can see how the billboard is responding to the speed and the scale of I-35. The plinth is responding to the scale of the existing strip mall buildings, this brown building being the existing building. And in the detailing, the residential detailing of our motel is responding to the scale of a pedestrian. And then also to note here on this drawing is all of our spaces have connection to outdoors, and it's in, I guess, like a residential fenced-in residential kind of style based off of Belinda's childhood home.
And so here you're just seeing a perspective from I-35. It's showing how the building and the plinth is sitting into the context of the parking lot. The backdrop then is the existing like strip mall. I think it's vacant. And then you're also sort of seeing how the flags would read as like advertisements as the wind blows upon those elements.
So we do just want to quickly take you through the ground floor plan. So there's 2 main entrances into the building from the north and the south, and both of those enter into the main atrium space, which is the screenwriter showroom. So that's where you can customize and pick out a screenwriter and purchase one if you want to. It is also where our 2 vertical circulation cores take place. So there's an elevator in one and then a spiral staircase in the other. And then our springs have actually scaled to the factor where they can be a slide for people, and we'll get into that later. And then in the existing parts of the building, in one portion, we now have a photo booth arcade up top, and then on the other side is a funeral home. And then on the corners, we do have those motel spaces. And again, we wanted them to sort of fit to our aesthetic categories of being kind of grand and pompous and cheeky and creepy. So we do, bordering all of the sides of the motel walls is our columbarium. So that is where all the urns are stored from our crematorium. And so you can kind of see those spaces again up top in that section. It's cutting through those motels in the columbarium. And we do actually have some peepholes from the columbarium that look into the motel, really emphasizing that creepiness. And then again, each motel is pretty grand in the fact that they have their own jacuzzi tub inside the room, and they each have their own suburban backyard with a pool and a play structure.
So continuing on the ground floor elements, this is the photo booth amusement park, which branches off the Spring Rider showroom. So this is a space for people to go and take selfies, and you can see we really played up the use of like faux veneers and fake finishes, with including like a Venturi duck and a castle. There's a Western town over here, a pagoda, a wallpaper of Belinda's original bedroom, the Parthenon.
And so this drawing then is showing the sort of axial point of entry from north to south along the atrium. And then you're seeing the sort of showroom here, some sort of fragments of the Spring Rider in the back, and then the two main vertical circulation points. And the left one is then a slide. You can go down from the belly bar, also an elevator on that side. And then on the right side, you're seeing egress, and then a slide actually used for the urns, sending those down to the funeral home or funeral.
So yeah, going to the plan of the belly bar, kind of what Christian just hit on. So this is that elevator circulation core with the slide for people. And then this is the stair with a slide for the urns attached to this to the crematorium, which is located right here within the belly bar. And then so this we envision as a mixed use space. So in the morning, the motel would use it for a continental breakfast. In the afternoon, the funeral home would use it as a chapel for memorial services. And then in the evening, the motel could use it as kind of like a sky bar. And then it also has a connection to an outdoor patio space right here. And so this is the interior of the belly bar, and you can see how we preserve the ribs from the furniture piece. So it's kind of like being in the seat of the Spring Rider.
So this section then shows a little bit of the relationship to the context, and the fact that we're sort of using the predefined form as a similar approach to a billboard. Typically billboards are often like tilted at various angles or something to the interstate, but here in order to go back to our predefined form, we use the sort of a similar construction method, which is like a space frame in the billboard. And we use that and start taking as a diagrid, and then start taking different angles to the flags in a similar way of which the pom-poms acted in the Spring Rider.
And then this diagram here is just showing more what we're envisioning those flags to actually be doing. So this is a view off that belly bar on that little balcony, but we're thinking that the flags would be advertisements for the Spring Rider showroom building as well as other surrounding buildings, but it also can be used to memorialize the people that are buried within the building.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a quick animation. So this is just depicting a typical day at the Spring Rider Supercenter. So you can see smoke coming out of the smokestack from the crematorium, and kind of how the flags are dynamic from 35. And then I guess just to leave, we can either go to Mira, or I have our PDF right here I can leave up of the Mira board.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm so glad you made that animation.
Well, I mean, I'm just getting my head around the project. There are some kind of questions and kind of observations I have, but it does seem like of all studios, odd to have had a presentation that was simply an explanation of the what you did, as opposed to some foray into the conceptual apparatus behind it. Like, you know, are we just accepting Adam's program as the kind of conceptual basis for the project that you guys have put forth, or is there something that you guys are bringing to this? Like, is there a conceptual agenda?
I think the conceptual agenda is aligned with Adam's sort of prescribed methods, but I think the project is obviously all about form, but I think the form is like already predefined from the previous project. So the challenge, I think, became like, how do we take the two pre-existing forms and relate and merge the defined aesthetic categories at the scale of a building, but also having it like relate to its context.
Well, given that, maybe you guys could offer in the kind of the shall we say, a kind of basis for valuing it. Like, are there things that you're finding particularly compelling that came up through this kind of approach that was given to you, like successes you hadn't anticipated, things that you want us to be aware of?
I think, first of all, just this method of working without knowing that we would be completing this remotely, the process actually ended up being super beneficial because we had already made a lot of decisions in the furniture piece when we were working together. And we were able to divide up the building and kind of work intuitively and then come back together and find that these like very separate elements were actually working well together.
But I mean, I'd like to kind of expand on Kevin's question, because I think it's a really important one, in the sense that this is the first project that we've seen today where you've maintained, you made a decision to maintain a high degree of legibility to certain objects that you started with or came across in the process. And so in the way that, let's say, Klaus Oldenburg, if he were to take one of these kind of spring rockers, the idea would be to scale it up, right? And if we think about things like are you familiar with the dinosaurs in Cabazon near Palm Springs?
Yeah, you can go up inside them and whatnot.
Yeah, and Lucy the elephant in New Jersey. And so, you know, you have made a decision to insert yourself into a kind of lineage of projects, and maybe the contribution that I think that you begin to make is that programmatically, this is both a place where the kind of pleasures and enjoyments in your like beginning stages of life, to be able to imagine a spring horsey horse, and at the same time, the smokestack that comes out of it because you're being cremated, which I hope that the smell that comes out is like pecan or mesquite or something that reminds you of what your favorite barbecue was in Austin.
There was a barbecue involved too, but
yeah. And so, you know, there's a politic wrapped into what you're doing. And I think that, as Kevin is saying, it's not enough just to say, well, first we did this and then we did this, because you've made very specific choices. And so you have to own them as a designer.
Right. Well, I think one thing that we were specifically interested in here was like the sort of gradient of those programs into relationship of like experience. So I think one thing that what was like our process behind the like pompous quality of like a yard in the middle of a parking lot to like the motel, then to like this sort of gradient of I guess, vision in between the columbarium to the motel and then on to the pompous quality of the picket fence yard. I think that was something that we were interested in exploring, and yeah.
And let's like talk about the architectural choices that you've made. The end artifact that we are presented with is a very symmetrical object, right? And so in some ways, the idea that you made that choice to give us a symmetrical plan, but then you talk about the ways in which the different programs within that maybe produce asymmetries in a programmatic way, or in a kind of, to me, those are really interesting choices that you make that begin to kind of show some of the biases that are embedded in the project.
Yeah, it wasn't lost on me either that it's a bilaterally symmetrical or almost bilaterally symmetrical plan.
Yeah.
Did you want to respond, or?
Oh yeah, I was just going to say we were definitely following a Venturi style of thinking and kind of viewing that existing building and the plinth as just like a big box store, strip mall style of architecture. Or like it could be cheap, it can be businesses that are going out of business every 10 years and being flipped over again. And it's really just kind of like a decorated shed with the spring rider on the top. And that part is like a duck with the spring rider showroom kind of being that central atrium.
I don't think that's actually true at all. I mean, aside from the kind of pop qualities of Venturi, like there's certainly nothing generic about what you're doing. Like what goes into the columbarium place after that goes out of business? I mean, that's quite a specific condition, right? Or the
Yeah, no, that's true. I guess we were thinking more with the existing building could quickly be changed.
Well, yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I don't think that's what's going on at all. And I don't see it like Venturi. And actually, it's like interesting the examples Tate brings up. Like, there's a huge difference between the dinosaur and the elephant and Klaus Oldenburg. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
There's a huge difference between surrealism and Dada. And I feel like you actually have a certain, it's important to position yourself within the studio's kind of larger outline to see like what kind of agenda you're looking for. When Klaus Oldenburg, presents a big apple core or whatever, the plunger in the toilet plunger in the Thames that wasn't built. There's a kind of political agenda. There's an agenda of juxtaposition and contrast that is fundamental to surrealism. That's about giving a certain kind of reflection and commentary on the world around one, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like there's another thing going on with yours, which is actually more a kind of playful bricolage. And I just wonder if like the reason why I started this asking about like saying more than just what, but what you're after, or if not that, what are the things that have come out of this sort of experiment that you guys are loving? Because you love it. Like there's a lot of successes in this thing, and there's all kinds of humor and really interesting things. I mean, I don't want to take away from its successes, but I found the presentation, while thorough, like thoroughly lacking in this kind of value basis, especially given that you're in a school of architecture and this has a kind of pretense of being radical, right? And I think that, like, I want to know, are you positioning yourselves as surrealists, as kind of Dadaists, as something other? Like when I look at it, the thing that's really surprising to me in the studio, the thing that was unexpected, although not different from the other projects that I kind of quickly perused in the introduction, is this kind of interest in bricolage, or shall we say collage in juxtaposition. Like when I read Adam's brief, and that may have been very much Adam's agenda, I don't know, but when I read it quite differently. Like I'm interested in these other terms, right? These more nuanced or odder terms, like cute as opposed to beautiful, awkward, whatever. And then the combination of terms being this kind of unexpected condition. But I thought that there was going to be an agenda about resolving them into something more singular. That it's like a singularly, creepy, cheeky, and pompous artifact, as opposed to collaging, overlaying different things, that the result of which is cheeky, creepy, and pompous. And those seem to be like very different paths. And the one you've taken is conscious, just like the other one would be conscious. And so I'm really fascinated by why you choose this role to be a bricoleur, or to be a kind of interested in collage, as opposed to, for example, other routes.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah, I think it has to go back to figuring out a sort of way in which all of the, I think one thing that this building would be doing is that it's making you have those, like all of those emotions or all of those aesthetic categories all at once, which like there's moments of like fun, there's moments of like sad. You're like, I think there's a lot of different moments that you're experiencing in this building. And I think that was something that we were interested in, is like,
yeah, and I think that's a great success. It's just, you've chosen a technique to do that, that is one of taking sort of, so we say, singular conditions of that and juxtaposing them, as opposed to, for example, this kind of crazy invention that you came up with, that you've now done a supersized one. I can't remember the name of it, the sort of purple dinosaur-y bobbly head.
This cheeky, creepy spring rider.
I mean, that was an amalgamation of a series of desires into a kind of more singular creature, albeit having distinct parts, as opposed to what you're showing now, which is actually something I think where you're putting different things next to each other, right? I mean, it's not the urn that suddenly is squishy when you pick it up, right? It's not combining these juxtaposed, or these very distinct feelings within singular objects. It's juxtaposing more clearly identified, characters that are different next to each other. And that seems to be quite an important design or conceptual decision that I'm just trying to probe. This is not so much criticism as it is trying to probe the, like, why you get there, why that's interesting, and what's interesting about it. I should be really clear. I'm not saying it's a mistake to have not created a conceptual apparatus from which you then worked. I'm perfectly happy to have people work intuitively or by the directions of their professors or whatever. But I do think that there's this self-reflective mode, and it's hard for me to imagine that you guys put in all of this work for all of this time, and that didn't come up as a kind of, as a question, like, why are we doing what we're doing, and what's good about it or valuable, or,
yeah.
Because I do love the idea of these kind of conflicting characters. I mean, it is true, these are not part of the generally understood modern canon, but that condition of having, like, being both cozy and powerfully drawn out into the landscape are actually the most interesting conditions when it's not so singular. So I love that you're pushing on that. I just find it like an odd knee-jerk reaction to do it in this collage way. And I actually don't think that's Venturi at all. I actually think he's doing something different.
Yeah.
Or Venturi's got brown eyes in it.
Sure. Sure.
Well, I think one of the, I think what I would say is we did want the objects, like the initial objects, to be, I think this is probably for the entire studio, but we did want the initial objects to always have like a glimpse of their initial like nature to be red. So like the springs, for instance, are still there, and like the profiles of the shell and all those things.
Legibility is clear for sure, and you've done that well.
And I do think, I think if we had had more time, we would have definitely gotten into trying to meld those spaces more and having each of our words show up in each of the spaces. I think a lot of our intention was to be doing that. So to create these typical spaces like a motel, but somehow try to make them cheeky and creepy and pompous simultaneously, and trying to bring all of these different programmatic elements together in a way. And I think it is, the studio is a lot about collage, and I think we did work a lot with collage, but I think a lot of it was intuition and going off of our whole backstory of Belinda and trying to meld these three words together, which is what working on through the whole semester. And I mean, I do definitely agree that I think we could push it way further. And if we had another few weeks, I think that we would have.
I'm surprised to hear that answer, Julia. I mean, look, there's lots of stuff I love about this thing, and you know, how lovely being a review that makes you smile. I mean, there's this you know, humor and interest, and you know, one could kind of approach this I mean, in a more complimentary fashion than kind of try and ask questions on the side. I just feel like, you know, it's more respectful to just go right to the kind of questions. But I certainly could spend some time underlying the successes. I think there are many. But I'm surprised to hear you say, like, if we had more time, they would start to amalgamate into more singular identities. Like, I don't think that's the case. I think you've had quite a clear hand here where you're taking very different conditions and putting them adjacent to each other. Like, that's different from, shall we say, like Merritt Oppenheim's Cup and Saucer. Do you know that piece? There's one of them in the Menil, like the fur covered cup and saucer. That's a surrealist piece. Like that's a kind of singular artifact that has these simultaneously contradictory qualities, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
As opposed to these things where it's like you're in the motel and there's a window into the columbarium and vice versa. I mean, these are adjacencies that you're reveling in. So I don't think more time would have turned into something that is more singular, like it all would have distilled, because it seems like there's an underlying agenda here about juxtaposition. And that's what I'm kind of pushing at, because from my perspective, the successes here are actually the juxtaposition set, the pieces of juxtaposition. And the moments that I'm most happy about are when they're unexpected. The ones I'm least happy about are the ones that are like just like hitting the same point over and over again at different scales. So like I love that the thought that from a distance you might have an understanding of this, and then you might come into the motel, and then you go into your bathroom, and all of a sudden there's like, you know, someone staring at you from the other side of a mirror. I mean, these are, but those juxtapositions I think are quite intentional in the work, and I think that's really different than creating a kind of singular identity that is a confused identity or an ambiguous one.
I think it's a great point, Kevin, to actually. I think your discussion, the point you're raising, just puts an emphasis on that sort of that studio conversation. Like, what are the roots? What are the points of origin of where you arrived? Because you know that's something that gets imparted really easily. We can quantify that when we're all physically present in studio, and you can actually say, I can imagine that conversation and going as we're trying to reverse engineer this, and we're trying to say, you know, when did those discussions happen? And part of me is wondering about this distancing, the impact of it. Did it make for? I mean, you really have to sort of work at these kind of conversations to develop this direction. And I'm just wondering, would it be more apparent have you physically been here in studio versus being remote? Did you divide and conquer, right, in terms of the process? Because I think that we habitually undervalue the process of getting to the point of where we arrive in a project in its final manifestations, because I think there's a lot of meat on those bones in regards to that work, that discussion. Projects like this that really challenge us and challenge you guys to say, you know, what is our stance? And I think there's a lot of richness in that process of getting here. There's a lot of moments that are quite successful in this project, I think, but I think part of it is just saying and reevaluating how do we get here and what is our stance on these issues.
I think one thing that I could say is that I think each object as separate from one another has a certain defined aesthetic category, but also a certain reaction to that. And I think that's one reason why we did keep certain things on their own. But you still have the moments, I guess, of merging. I think it's hard.
Where are the moments of merging you're thinking of?
I'm just I'm considering like how our columbarium, I guess, is that sort of area of merging of experiencing, but I think that's one reason why I guess we did keep the certain objects as legible as they are as a collage, I guess.
Also, the moments too, like it is definitely a collage, and the typologies within the building are in juxtaposition to each other. But like, what motel have you ever seen that has like a jacuzzi tub inside and a swimming pool on the outside? So that's like embracing all of these aesthetic categories that we're not traditionally used to. That's pompous, that's cheeky. The columbarium peeking through makes it creepy. I think we're just trying to explore like different ideas that people aren't traditionally used to, and seeing how these spaces can actually work. And there is like vitality in kind of this non-traditional, I guess, way of programming.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Mine is not a critique of the end result. It's trying to kind of distill out the conceptual framework from which this thing gets its success, and then to maybe kind of critique it from that perspective. I think from my own perspective, like I mean, it's very much like Tate's. Is it Tate or Jonathan?
Tate.
Tate, okay, or James, sorry. Tate's. Maybe we'll just call you Julia as well. Comment about the bilateral symmetry. It's a certain like structure that the architect has chosen to, or architects have chosen to kind of use, and one just wonders like what its use is and if it's successful. Like from my perspective, I'm really interested in juxtaposition. Like I think it's an incredibly powerful tool, and my expectation with that was that I was going to see more things like, I wish you'd named that creature, but more like your kind of cheeky, creepy, pompous spring rider thing, or whatever you called it. But but instead we're seeing these things that are more like reveling in their juxtaposition. So in terms of its architectural organization, like I get really interested in the power of these juxtapositions, like where it happens, at what scale it happens. Is it happening at an intimate scale? Is it at a kind of larger scale? Is there a different understanding from the different scales? And then so it would lead me to starting to imagine, instead of seeing the piece as an artifact in the middle of a field of parking, to kind of side it more, like maybe to have loaded the building up more, so that the context actually helps to engage the building. So you have one side of it appears quite differently. When you see it from the highway, you understand it one way. When you see it from Sears in another, when you're coming from the residential neighborhood, you see it from another. Because in my mind, that starts to get at some of the kind of power of these these conflicts or juxtapositions. It's a little bit like when Freud talks about the quality of things that are haunting. He doesn't equate haunting with things that are like monstrous. The example he uses is like a beautiful little 12-year-old girl or 8-year-old girl with the voice of an 80-year-old man. Part of it is the expectation you set up, and when the little girl opens her mouth and you get this thing that was totally unexpected, it makes you think about what's going on, right? And so like I get interested in, like, rather than the symmetrical organization or the sense of it being like a figure within a kind of clear ground, is that maybe you actually might have different understandings of it, different expectations, so that the discoveries made are that much more unexpected and therefore more powerful. But you could argue something else,
Well, I like that idea, Kevin, but I also think that it does that. Like, just to come to maybe the defense of the students, I think that it does do that. I mean, let's say you were not given a presentation on this building and you just saw it on the side of the highway. What would this connote to you? Like, it has a form. You're reading the form of it. It also has material, color, and there's some symbolism with, I guess, the shape of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then it provides you with various extremely like conflicting programs, which actually I think work together quite well in a strange way.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating.
I thought it was a Chinese buffet when I first saw it.
Right. So like, it is surprising. I think you come into it with an expectation, and there are actually like multiple ways to enter this building. And I think each of them provides like a different slice of like surprise, or maybe that kind of like uncanny feeling, like this isn't what I thought this would be, or, you know, I think the way the programs move through the spaces does do that. And I think it is working through juxtaposition. I think that all of the comments about like framing your position conceptually, I think those are all valid. At the same time, like, I think that you do have all of this stuff embedded in everything you've done. Like, as been said, like, some of this is the process of how you've been asked to work, and some of it is what you've decided to maintain and push forward, right? None of these things are like saying this is the wrong way to do it. It's just, I guess these are all just comments about observing that, oh, you did it this way, and oh, you didn't tell us explicitly you did it this way. So I think that like a lot of these comments are actually just about maybe how you talked about the project rather than what you actually did. And perhaps that is going to continue to come up just due to like how we're presenting. But I think it's a valid point to like position yourself in a conceptual way. I think that like the fact that it wasn't so explicit is actually kind of nice, because now we can have this conversation about like how might you position yourself, because, and you, Josh, you did say you all may have been thinking about this in a Venturian way, and some of us like Kevin didn't read it that way. And I actually think that it is in between all of these positions or camps that you might traditionally locate yourself. So is it surrealist? Is it Dada? Is it Venturian? It's like, is it Kenneth Frampton? Like you were talking about, like the context, framing the scale of these things, like informing the program, like it's all of these things. And I think that's what makes it very interesting, as like holding together all of these contesting sort of, I guess, trajectories of thinking and architecture and juxtaposing them. And I think like making something sort of new in the process. So I'll just say that.
Well, it's a funny moment that we're in terms of the flattening of some of those camps over time. I mean, and maybe we're starting to see where they're no longer set up, as David was saying in the first half, they're no longer set up in kind of strict binaries, but it's like, oh, I'm going to take this essay from this person and this piece of work from another person who is totally outside of that. And how do you begin to think about, again, not merging them into one, but how do you think about certain tendencies in them that begin to inform some other? And so, I mean, and that's where I think that hopefully we're not just producing Randy's donuts and ducks and so on and so forth, that they have aspects of that, but that they're also beginning to also, recognize that our playlists today are not singular genres.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree, but I think like one has an obligation to try and, define what sets it apart from these things that we're saying it's hopefully not that. Like, look, there are lots of things I like about this, but I don't think you can actually just, invalidate the criticism by characterizing it as something that, well, you just didn't say it. Like, nor can you kind of validate the scheme by saying, well, you can find these things within it. The point of my criticism was about trying to say, how does this position itself? I'm not saying it should be either Dada or surreal or something else, but how do you position it conceptually so that you can start to distill the design so that it does that better? So my example of saying, like, I was looking for something, like I would be interested in pursuing it as something that has more distinct expectations so that discoveries are more powerful. comes from a conceptual position where it's like, I'm more interested in the surprise. But I feel like you're not like taking the defensive position by not identifying what it is that actually elevates this to something beyond what Tate is saying, just whatever.
Yep.
Leaves you in a position where you can say, well, you know, it's there too. And I find that for students as good as this, and for a project as rich and thoughtful as this, I find that problematic. Like, I think actually there's an obligation to define the realm at some point, so that you can start to kind of decide, how do you decide what is a good decision or not without that? Like, how do you even decide like architectonic things, like you know, I mean, I know this is I can't annotate on this for some reason, but you know, even in your section on the bottom right, you're showing a parapet wall and on one side, and then you're showing a parapet wall coming through like what is a continuous ceiling, and if the section were continued, like how do you decide it's a parapet wall? Like, you know, these are all presumably meaningful things, as opposed to the example Tate gave, which is just like something that doesn't have much meaning, but is just dressed up. I believe you that it's meaningful. I'm interested in it. But I actually think that it's a little too self-satisfied, because like, where are the strongest moments and where are the weakest ones? If you don't want to accept my apparatus, present something else in contrast. I mean, there are things, I mean, I love the photograph of you guys working on this under the shadow of Charles Moore's class's collage in the Athenaeum. I mean, that was just too extraordinary to believe. And I mean, I loved like there's so many pieces of this. But you know, it's not Charles Moore either. It's not that's great that you're staking out your own positions, but I do think there's value in defining them.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to shut everybody up.
No.
Do you guys want to respond to that?
I guess I just would say I understand what you mean. I think that's a valid critique.
Yeah, I agree. And then I think kind of just a lot of this, we're just like got lucky working like intuitively, like just knowing to put like a parapet there and whatnot. And I think we haven't fully kind of post-rationalized those decisions that we made.
But I think everything at some level does go back to our aesthetic categories. Like,
oh yeah, no, they're there. Like, look, I think it's probably worth saying, like, there are things here that are really kind of terrific. Like, and actually, I love the spatial distinction of the center space, the sales showroom for this kind of creature, like as the center line of your whole thing, on which things fall out to either side. I mean, that's kind of fantastic. And the bar on the roof, like in that thing is great. I mean, actually, but you know, if my own aesthetic predilections would have taken me to either more like a new thing, like a new creature, or something that pushed juxtaposition kind of to be more extreme in its experience, you know, I can still enjoy the kind of successes of this thing. I find some of them more interesting than others. You know, like I'm less interested in the smokestack coming through the creature as I am in the little window from, you know, one intimate space to another. You know, I'm fascinated by like the color, like the, you know, the pink in the rooms, and actually kind of wish that they were different. You know, like you're going to Graceland and one is the jungle room and one is the, I don't know, like why one makes those decisions. But, you know, but I love the thought that like a Wes Anderson film, you might open the door and, you know, it's like this crazy Technicolor environment that you've walked into, you know, and that's, you know, that's kind of fantastic. But I personally like those sort of singular conditions that then have little windows into other worlds.
You know, I wonder, like, how different these projects would be if there was just one program. You know, like if there was just like one program, like just design a, you know, an apartment complex or something,
or a singular room. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, choosing to juxtapose these things is definitely one way to do it, just because there's various different programs that have very distinct requirements. And you know, one way to do that is to put it in a different room. So you know, like in terms of like that earlier reference you were talking about, it was like Merritt Oppenheimer, where there's a simultaneity of things happening with one thing. I think that's the most, I think like there is a simultaneity of feelings and associations about each of these discrete spaces. However, I think it's due to the fact that they're each different programs, I think it's, we start to maybe not feel like they're simultaneous anymore or something. I'm wondering, like, you know, what would it look like, you know, if we were to take the conceit of trying to, I guess, not work through juxtaposition, to kind of like, what would that look like, still taking on the challenge of like producing multiple contradictory feelings.
Yeah.
You know,
that was I mean, my prejudice coming into this is I was expecting to see more things like the crazy purple dinosaur like thing, like this sort of unexpected and new invention. And is why I was sort of, which, and I perfectly like hybrid conditions as well. I mean, I'm fascinated by them too, but I think it's just a different agenda. I mean, one of the things that I find in the kind of more traditional world of building is the tyranny of program. You know, like that just because it's, I don't know, a house, it's got to have these things in it, and you know, the bedroom's got to, the master bedroom has to be on the ground floor, and it's got to have a whatever, you know, and it's always interesting when you see even people like, you know, Eisenman challenged, you know, with I forgot which house number it was, with the thing going through the master bed, or you know, or Hazel von Ehrlichhausen, were people that kind of have the order of the buildings, of the architecture, you know, supersede the program, which has to kind of squish around it. It's actually, I think, the biggest problem of architecture at the moment is the tyranny of program. And you can find that in the Dutch stuff too. You know, they look to, you know, programs to define things as opposed to vision. Or at least it's used it that way. And I just, it's got an interesting resonance here that the kind of, the hybrid program seems to have determined that the building has a hybrid character. And like, I love like that thought that Adam just was posing, like, what would it have been like if part of the assignment or the decision on the designer's part was to say, we're going to do all of this stuff, but it's also going to somehow be singular, like, you know, as in its identity.
Yeah.
Not necessarily better, but I do think that the richness of this is not necessarily that there's different stuff going on. It's this kind of experience that, you know, it's like a roller coaster. It takes you from one world to another, and you know, I don't think that has to be expressed quite in the same way.
You know, Adam, to your point, I think the experience is not just, you mentioned the experience of engagement from the highway. And what I find really intriguing about this is also just thinking about the engagement on the periphery, those threshold conditions of sight, the strip mall that has not been touched yet, but is yet going to be, yet is impacted, that whole surrounding. So looking at it, it's not just about the internal condition, but also that externalized impact that is really interesting as well.
I do think if one is going to take a kind of lesson out of the studio, like that is more broadly applicable, like to any kind of building idiom, if it's continuing in like this vein or Andrew Kovacs or whatever, or if it's actually, you know, whatever, working in a more traditional office, I think that the kind of agenda of these qualities being foremost, the kind of that the architect brings a kind of sense of I don't want to say aesthetic, but a kind of character and atmosphere, to use the Zumthor term, that is complex and nuanced and interesting, and that actually, you know, pushes the design forward. And my fear for this one is that the hybrid quality of the final thing, or shall we say the juxtaposed condition, the bricolage condition is actually the program of hybridity kind of overwhelming these other things rather than a tool to get there. It's definitely getting you there. You know, I mean, there's definitely the qualities that you guys wanted are there, and they're there in spades, as they say, you know, but I would, my hope is that this is happening as a design, you know, agenda rather than, oh, well, the last part of Adam's program was he's interested in hybrid conditions too. So that's like saying, well, it's a, you know, it's a house, so it's got to have, you know, 3 bedrooms, and, you know, the master's got to be on the ground floor and stuff like that. I mean, it's, you know.
Yeah.
What is it? Put up Madonian.com.
Madonna Inn.
Oh, Madonna.
What were you? Did you? Were you sharing that for one particular reason, Tate?
It was when we were talking about. One of the students said something about they'd never been in a hotel where certain kinds of relationships are set up in environments.
Right.
And stuff. Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, the Madonna Inn is fascinating, and it's very fun. Each room is its own theme.
Yeah, I remember we talked about it with you.
Yeah, I'm just discussing it for the rest of the group who may not know what that is.
I didn't, but now I want to go.
Oh, it's amazing. You gotta go.
It's very, I love it. The food is not very good though. Well,
I dominated this conversation, and if nothing else, I certainly don't want to give the impression of being like hypercritical of the work. It's impressive, and
oh yeah, absolutely.
Edition that is like, you know, simultaneously pompous, cheeky, and creepy, which you have is kind of pretty extraordinary. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, I think, you know, going back to your comment about, you know, what do you do with this way of thinking when you're not, obviously it's very difficult to work in this exact way, but like what are we taking out of this? Like, and I think the idea that like you keep in mind various qualities and characters that are more complex and nuanced, that is something we should always be doing anyway. And I think that like keeping an eye towards the vernacular, keeping an eye towards the context, and also just understanding that there are so many different kinds of people out there who like different things. We're not always designing for Architect magazine. We tend to not even have that opportunity. I mean, essentially, we are meant to design in an agile way for lots and lots of people, but at the same time, I think getting back to, you know, understanding, I guess, what your design agenda might be, while also maintaining some agility and open-mindedness to compromising your own design agenda based on different other folks' predilections. I think, in a way, it's sort of simulating a difficult client. Like, it's not like any of these things you may have selected. Some of them you may have liked, some of them you may have not liked, but they have their own agency, and it's a matter of working with those and making something for that particular condition. So thank you so much. I don't know if Tate can stick around, but
probably about 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Julia, Christian, and Josh. Really strong work. And it generated a very cool discussion that I don't know the answer to any of those questions.
Charlton, just ask Charlton. He knows all the answers.
Charlton knows all the answers, though.
Kid, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to stay the whole time. I'm sorry. Not to
oh no, you're fine. I'm going to stick around. I'm going to try to stay through this whole next one.
Right.
Yeah, so thank you so much. Thank you. That was really, really great. So now we have Leaky and Sexy from Anna and Sammy, or Semin, either one. I don't know which one you want to go by in this review, but they're both BARC students.
Can I ask for a point of clarification?
Sure.
Hey, what is your name again? Is it James?
I'm James Michael Tate, but I go by Tate.
You go by Tate. Okay, just want to make sure I understood.
Okay, no worries.
I'm Kevin Charlton, and that's Adam.
I just go KA.
Okay.
Yeah, Tate is at Texas A&M. Yeah, sorry, I didn't introduce him in this time around because we didn't get a chance at the time.
Your name looks familiar. So.
I've been on reviews at UT a few times.
Okay, cool.
But was gone from Texas for about 10 years and just recently moved back.
Ah, has it changed?
Yeah. Significantly. In some ways for the better.
Are you all ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Anna Coppola and my partner is Semi. Semi, I cannot see you.
She's there. Yeah.
Okay. Good. And we are 5th year BARC students. And I'm gonna be sharing my screen. Okay. So our aesthetics were sexy and leaky. How do I move? Okay. So for our first assignment, we have to pick an object. My object was a colander. I defined this colander with the aesthetic of leaky, and I defined leaky as something that has voids and allows gas or water or etc. to escape or pass through. And Semi, you want to talk about your object?
So my object is a perfume bottle, and the aesthetic category I chose is sexy. To define sexy, I was looking for definition for it, and I came across an essay by Audrey Rose, Rodriguez Power, and she defines sexy as being fearless and having a sense of satisfaction, as opposed to being cute, which is being vulnerable and powerless. And I liked her definition of sexy, and I chose a fake. Oh, yeah, that's the next.
So for the second assignment, we have to recreate our object using non-architectural materials. And I used straws, which are used to pass water through them. So I used straws to recreate the colander, and the pedestal that was holding the colander, the new colander made out of straws, is made out of plexiglass. And that pedestal is actually the whole structure holding the entire thing together. And then same.
So to recreate my object, I chose to use fingernails. They're fake fingernails. And I chose them because I thought it's sexy in a way that it can hurt you, but it can also be nice to you. And it's a powerful and gives you a sense of satisfaction. I painted the nails with black spray paint and covered with glitters to mimic the original perfume bottle materiality. And for the pedestal, I covered with velvet.
Okay. So for the moving on to the next assignment, we were designing a furniture piece using our sexy and leaky aesthetics. So we started by doing Venn diagrams and finding the relationship between sexy and leaky typologies, as well as meaning associations, functions, and materials. And after doing this exercise, we came up with designing a fountain, which we thought it had like this sexy aesthetic as well. Its leakiness because it's pouring water. And we decided to create this water fountain for the CEO of YSL, which was launching her new perfume bottle at the rainforest in her pavilion. So this fountain was going to become the center of the party, of the launch party. So the sexy leaky fountain, as I mentioned, it's this, you can see it here on the right. It's following the same as materials we previously used on our first assignment. We were using metal sheets to create the fingernails, and we were using metal tubes to recreate the straws in this new scale.
We're placing 2 pumps. We have a pond at the bottom to hold the water in, and then we have 2 pumps to pull the water up, and the waters are running through between the pipes. And the pipes are made out of electric conduit. Can you go to the next one? And that's the model we were making, and we didn't get to finish it. That's how far we got.
Because of Corona. That's why.
Yeah, this was pre-Corona, but we were getting there. So for this assignment, we moved on and we continue with the Venn diagrams to find this new program that we were going to create the building. And for the program, we thought about like continuing the idea of the perfume, and we wanted to create a perfumery. So it's going to be the sexy leaky perfumery. So we were thinking of this as the spatial relationship, focusing on porosity, which is something that it's leaky. So we started looking at porosity in the different scales. From urban scale, we placed like different columns filtering the space as you get into the building. And there's also different voids on the roof as well as on the walls, which allow water and light to leak into the space. For the program, as you can see, the building consists of condos. On the top level, there's a water collector. And then on the bottom level is the condominium. It's 3 floors. Then it follows an office space, a store for the perfumery, and a garden salon area. The garden salon area is placed with different columns. Each column has different programs inside to activate the under roof kind of plaza area. So each column has a kiosk, tree, cafe, restroom, speaker display. It's around like 6 feet diameter each column, so there's enough space to place this different type of program. So we started exploring that, like different column typologies for depending on each program. For the plans, as you can see, here is the site plan. You can start looking at the grid, that it's almost like the colander grid we used to have since our first assignment, we wanted to continue exploring that grid, but on this bigger scale, and how this grid and this columns can help us create like different porosity through the site. And then on the plans, this is the condominium plans. So on the first floor, we have 2-bedroom apartment for the assistants. Second floor is kitchen and living area with a small office space. And the third floor is the CEO's condominium bedroom. The furniture follows the shape and the language of the plans, as well as the curved walls. It was something we were trying to explore. And in addition, you can see how we have punch windows, which are covered by this finger kind of style louvers or shields. Those are protecting the windows. But in some cases, we decided to bring the plant all the way out to the fingernail, creating like what it's now a bathroom space, closet areas, or just like more living area, and creating more interesting spaces where those would be all just glass, exposed glass on the facade.
So what previously nails are now perforated metal panels that filters the light, and they're made out of they're painted with black reflective paint. And the drawing on the right shows how people are using the pavilion space under the roof.
Yeah, so it's just showing how we're planning on activating that open space under the roof and the different typologies of columns.
That's just open air, right? That's not an enclosed conditioned space, right?
That's not enclosed. This has a roof above. There's a roof. I think you can see it here better. So this space would be completely open, and this would be shaded by this roof.
And the existing.
And
sorry, and I might have missed this, but the existing building is gone, right?
It's gone. Gone.
They retained the sort of perimeter of the existing building and the roof height of the existing building.
Okay. Perimeter as in like foundation?
The plan where the edges of the plaza are, and the roof height of the roof.
Okay.
It's mostly destroyed.
Yeah.
It's
here's
destroyed.
some renders showing what we imagine would be like being on the top of the roof, and the trees coming from the columns all the way up, and you can use the roof. And this would be the bottom. So under the roof, light would filter in, and there's the space. I cannot see. There's the entrance to the actual building, which is open for the first floor. It's almost like a courtyard. Sammy, do you want to talk about sections?
So the first section is cutting through the middle, showing the space of the office and the exhibit space inside in the store, and above showing the condo space. And one below, so cutting through the columns and showing the elevation in the background. And the other section.
And it's longitudinal. Here is an interior oblique diagram showing the space. I cannot zoom in more, but it's basically showing the 3 different levels and the 3 different floor plans, having 2 bedrooms on the bottom and then the elevator serving as a circulation all the way to the top. And this would be the under the roof space with the columns activated at night. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you go back to the plan for just a sec? Yeah.
Oh, I cannot hear.
Okay.
Can you zoom in maybe? Or
Is Tate still with us?
Yep, yeah, I'm here. One of the things, there are a few things I want to talk about. Can you stay right there for just a second? So I think if there's one thing that is a fantastic thing that you've produced in this process that I hope that you'll hold on to going into the future is I think that the nails and the colander in this in the way that you're working on the envelope here, I love the fact that it's almost combined a kind of colossal scale shingle style with the holes through them. And my only wish is that you would have more time to calibrate where the holes through the layering of the shingles could begin to produce. Sometimes it's completely opaque behind the holes because there's another shingle, and at other times where they overlap, you can see it starting to work there. And even with the coloration strategy, that begins to produce, I think, a really something that you would not have gotten to, I don't think, had you not been given this task of what happens when a colander and cheap press-on nails come together. And my only wish in the kind of leaky sexiness, and sometimes maybe this says something to the way that we're trained as architects, but man, I want this thing to become way more erotic. I mean, I want to like, I want to feel like have you ever walked into one of the joints on 35 just up the street from here? Like, I mean,
depends on what you mean by joints.
You know which ones I'm talking about.
No,
I mean,
I've seen them.
You've seen them from the outside.
Yeah.
But there's a leaky, sexy thing going on there.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's interesting. I mean, I don't know if due to this strange situation we're in globally, a lot of businesses had to turn their insides outside, and really questioning the division between public, private, and programs. But there's strip clubs that they're having drive-throughs. I don't even know how they did that, but there's drive-through strip clubs now.
Wow. Outside of New Orleans.
There you go. Anyway, that's very leaky. That's a leaky program.
That is a leaky program and really kind of a brilliant thought.
Yeah.
There's a voyeuristic potential, you could argue, in looking at both envelope and section.
Yeah.
And there's some when you look at some of I found that, sort of dancing around things, picking out moments of that you kind of appreciate. And then this is one, and there's in the rendering of the approach, it's something that's really evocative about that. But that said, I'm there's some things I have less faith in, I would argue, in regards to looking at both sort of how they're manipulated. Now, I'm messing around with Moreau now in my first voice, and so I'm not sure if I'm working that right. So I'm looking at some of your other images on Moreau concurrently. So there's moments, but then there's also some things that I don't sense that there's not a resolution, but also there's not a confidence in how you're presenting it either. The plans, for instance, I mean, I think in the column depictions, which I understand how they're derived, but I'm a little suspicious on how they work and what they contribute. I think what I see in regards to the envelope has some intrigue as well, but it's hard for me to sort of like pick and choose moments because it's coming at me from two different directions, and I'm latching onto certain things. And I had that same image with the fingernails and the perforations, I think was quite compelling. I look at it and when I first saw it, I was kind of trying to figure out how big is the structure relative to the interstate. So right now it's just trying to digest where this is headed, but how do you guys feel about what you've accomplished thus far? Do you feel, maybe it's just me, but your presentation seemed a little less confident in regards to what you've created here?
I mean, I feel like we wish we would have more time, of course, but we got to explore a little bit more about the floor plan, especially with the fingernails, was something that have been changing and been updating for the past days. I would have liked to explore more how those nails can integrate more into the building, or how can we use them as shingles, as you already mentioned. That's something I would have liked to explore more. Or how would this touch the ground? I don't know, but I'm pretty happy because I feel like it did change a lot in this previous weeks.
Who do you see as the users of your project?
Our users are, okay, so the CEO lives on the top level, and then she has assistants on the bottom level. And then there's the perfumery and store on the pedestal box area, which the floor plan is over here, pretty small.
So who are all these beautiful people in your renderings, and where are they coming from?
It's because Sammy's definition of sexiness is like power and women, and we wanted to emphasize women and power. So we've been focusing on strong, beautiful, powerful women in our renderings, and how like the CEO of YSL, which is the perfume bottle we started with, she lives here, and it's her perfume store and has her office over here. So we were thinking how she can use this space as a event space as well, or like how can this space adapt to different scenarios and events that happen throughout the year. So that's why we decided to go with the columns and different programs.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there are many things to say. I mean, I feel like Anna and Semin, is that how you pronounce your name?
Sammy is fine.
Sammy? So, I don't know, and I'm of different minds. Like, I feel like, I like buildings myself. And so part of me is tempted to kind of critique it as a building. And part of me is tempted to critique it.
It's a building.
It is and it's not. I mean, it's like it hasn't taken its buildingness seriously, and I feel like those are ways in which, like, I feel like the thing could, because I have a lot of interest and faith in buildings, it actually would be better to take it seriously. And I don't just mean that you might have some other way of accessing the units than an elevator, or that maybe the structure might want to find a way to come down to the ground, but that you might use the elements of a building and see how they could kind of conspire with this conceptual agenda. Because I love the idea of this thing. It's actually, will you go back to the image that Tate liked?
So which one? I'm sorry.
The one with
The
the fingernail.
shingled nails, the rendering.
Okay.
I mean, it's such a kind of compelling image. Not this one.
The rendering.
The render.
It's the exterior envelope.
Yeah. Can you still see my screen though?
No. Second word.
Oh, Sammy, can you share your screen? My internet is.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So, like, and you could leave it with the collage. That's cool. So, how to begin? I mean, there are many things to say. Like in the last project, I actually thought the agenda of, I was kind of trying to goad Julia and her team into saying, you know, damn it, Kevin, we want to be doing this collage thing. Like, there's a kind of agenda here, and hard to get a rise out of some of your students, Adam. But like, but in this one, I actually feel like more that the success of the building of the project is actually in the ways in which it is distilling into a more singular building. You know, like that, and then the weak parts are actually the holdovers of the collage. You know, that the crown of the building is still the holdover of the last exercise, the colander sitting on top of the fingernail version of the colander with straws is sitting on top of the fingernail version of the perfume bottle. And now it's sitting on top of a rectilinear base with sort of round windows and then columns. Like I like this thing a lot. I mean, I like, admittedly, 2 words rather than 3 might make for a kind of more clear agenda, but it's right there in that image. And like, actually what I like so much about the kind of perforated, you know, screens is the way that they could be black on the outside and pink on the inside, or fuchsia. I mean, that there's this kind of, and they would reflect, and you would start to get this idea of this kind of, you know, underbelly of this sort of sexy thing happening, not unlike like sexy underwear or something like that, when you get a kind of glimpse of something, you know, happening that you want to maybe know more about. And I feel like you as designers, you seem to be, you know, utilizing the touchstone of the previous work to legitimize the final product, as opposed to like looking at the thing itself, like amazing images like this, and saying, how do we make this better? Like for me, I wonder, why aren't these things more like, you engage the figure, like the female figure in particular, as a way to kind of you know, deal with these conditions you're looking for. And I also want it to be more sexy, like Tate, I can't remember the term you used, but like erotic, right? I want more of that there. And I want, like, so I look at it and I feel like, why did we get rid of like the gentle curve that would be at the bottom of fake fingernails? Like, why aren't these screens more figured in that way? And in addition to, like, I love that they're perforated now, and I love the color on the inside and not on the out, but I feel like I want this to be like that. I wish the thing was slightly more shapely, like what is it Armani that does the bottle of the perfume that is like a male torso. Like, I mean, I'm sure there are many female torsos as bottles of perfume too. Like, I wonder why it has remained this kind of extruded ellipse as a figure, and why it hasn't become more figural or more erotic or more sexy on the one hand, and then more leaky on the other, so that you start to see more. So like, I actually hate that window. I hate it in plan, and I hate it in this relation, but it exposes the problem. Like, it's using the curve that comes from the fingernails. You know, you realize at a certain point you don't want it to be totally covered in screens, so there's going to be glass. So why don't we make it in the curve as well? But I actually think it would have been so much better if it was more building-like and something other than the planimetric kind of curve, so that the leaking happened not just through the little holes in the screens or the scale-like quality where it leaks around, but at a moment where there's a scale missing, you actually see something like in a slightly more raw condition, like almost like the inside is pouring out of there, as opposed to just duplicating the same form. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying with that? Like that looking to the, like, if you look at your plan, you'll see that curve comes directly from the same source as your screens, right? It's probably even the same radius. right? And I think it actually should be something other. It should be what happens, what leaks out when the screen is not protecting you. And to me, it's like a perfect kind of moment that shows the promise of the building, but also like some of the flaws of it, where you're almost looking to justify your architectural design on the past set of constructions. Like I mean, it's a shame that we can't annotate. I don't know why on yours, Adam, the annotation figure is gone, but somehow it wasn't allowed. I guess.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. But I wish you could see my cursor. But like, I want to point to things, and I want to be like, why do we still have that colander on the roof? Like, why does the window become that? I mean, I love the idea that an inside part of the building might stick out, especially this sort of heart-shaped condition that happens on that second to the top floor. But I think it wants to have its own figure and not the figure of the scales, so that it's leaking through, right?
Yeah. Like it would be more orthogonal or polygonal.
Not necessarily, but that it's like the fact that it is the same radius as those fingernails.
Yeah.
Like it seems to be sending the wrong message. It seems like I also don't feel like it should be on a column per se. Like it should have its own figure.
Yeah.
That is this sort of, I mean, I don't care if it's the Madonna bed, the heart-shaped bed, or something sliding out, or like, in fact, I would love that if the this kind of sexy bed is sliding out past and maybe knocking off one of the shingles in a kind of raucous night when the bed moved around. I don't know, a shingle pushed out. But I feel like the way in which it starts to become more like a building is, I think, the like starting to identify each of the elements as something that has its kind of clear identity, as opposed to referencing back to where it came from. And to me, I see that in the realm of inspiration rather than the realm of it as a building. So like you put in some structure, admittedly the structure doesn't go down to the ground, but it's like it's a tiny little floor plate. It can be held up in so many different ways. And I would have thought it actually might be more interesting to imagine it more like a kind of a centralized structure that cantilevers out, so that you can keep the facades really delicate and do just what you want with them, so that they don't have to define what would you call that part of the heart, the apex of the heart, the moment of the dimple. But actually that's defined in the way that you want it to, because the architecture has allowed that a certain freedom, because the structure is happening on the inside, like a lollipop. And those are the tools of an architect designing a building that's in their kind of design acumen. They say, well, let's structure the building in a way that allows the kind of delicacy of the skin to be expressive in the way we want. And I mean, I see that kind of everywhere. And I appreciate you trying to make it kind of building-like by thinking like, how does it hold itself up? But I would want you to think about that not parenthetically removed from the conceptual agenda. And I think it's almost like a kind of dilemma of a checklist. It's like, okay, we got the sexy from the fingernails, we got the leaky from the holes in the fingernails, and now we do some other things. And what I would like to see is how those qualities actually could become more kind of clear and redolent in the larger design. Because I gotta say, I love the fingernails. I love this kind of agenda. You got to kind of, the leaky and sexy thing combined is like a powerful amalgam, not quite yin and yang, but it comes together in a way that's really powerful. But I wish you'd look at it more.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. And yeah, it has me really wanting the internal body of this thing to be the thing that holds itself up. And then I'm sitting here thinking of two projects that come to mind. One is The House for Josephine Baker by Adolf Loos.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and
wow, that one is very erotic.
Yeah, and even the way in which you can tell that he was fascinated by her body and the clothes that she was wearing and the ways in which, and that's why I love this idea that the heart-shaped room is not so tied to the skin, because it's like an elbow or a kneecap or something like that, just poking out through the kind of fluttering of the skin. And then another unbuilt project was when OMA and Herzog and Demiron teamed up for the Astor Hotel, which was also one of these projects where there was probably going to be a kind of voyeuristic relationship to this prominent intersection, and just the ways in which how it's organized and how the skin is thought of in it. I would encourage you guys to look at both of those.
Just look at the kind of, thinking of Justine Baker, and although not the banana skirt, but the, the sort of that kind of flapper dress, the sort of things like this, like, or even just contemporary fashion, like the moments where, like you're saying, like an elbow or perhaps a different part of the body starts to kind of press against the fabric and maybe, rip through it. Like I'm not suggesting, what did they call
like
it?
The Soil Museum or Gallery in Korea.
Yeah, for sure. Or I mean, I'm not suggesting, like Madonna's, what do they call it? A costume failure or something,
Oh, yeah.
The intentional thing. But I mean, I do feel like that heart thing sticking through is such a beautiful moment. And yet it's done in this kind of perfunctory way where its geometry comes from other things. And it's, I mean.
But here's a question. Wouldn't you ask, like, where did that geometry come from if it wasn't so clear? Like, if it was just like a random shape, wouldn't you then maybe have the other angle of criticism, like, why is it that shape?
Well, no, I mean, I feel like, look, if it's a heart, I mean, I would rather it be like a heart, but I'm talking on the one hand about things like that it corresponds with the structural grid or whatever you call it, grid, structural, columnar kind of ellipse on the one hand, and then that the curves are the same as the nails. I mean, they want to just be, it wants to have its own identity when it pulls through, I would have thought, and not be the result of these other things. Because, I mean, this is this funny thing that I find happens. Well, architects do it and students do it. You see it in like people like Bjarke Ingels, like where they describe their projects in this like logical way. Like, I mean, you see it in his kind of idiotic videos, right? It's like, you do this, and all of a sudden it's like, you get this, right? It's like and you see him raising his hand and the building arising, like it's child's play. Of course it would be that. There's no, but actually, as soon as you push on that logic, you see it goes away quickly. And it's about a certain kind of desire or vision. What's so lovely about this studio is that Adam has put that vision first to say, other things follow that. We are good enough at architecture to make a building or a design that will follow from this larger agenda, and calling it out like it is about sexy and leaky. And I feel like you guys are pushing on this thing that's so interesting, but then you're like, it's like, well, the heart has to be coincident with the structural grid. Like, I mean, for one, you would never build it that way anyway. Like I mean, it's not it's not how you would build a building of this scale. So I feel like those are the ways where I feel like you could learn from it being more like like the way a kind of the logic of a building,
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And maybe the compromising aspect where there would be some difference there that would make sense as a building is the fully considered like structural scheme that isn't just completely aligned with the overall form, where there were.
Oh, I can't hear it. Can you hear Adam? Oh. We've lost you.
Uh-oh.
Seemed like you had something important to say.
Am I still?
Oh, now we can hear you. You're back with us.
That's my horrible internet. 1 second. Just keep going. I'm going to connect to the internet.
No, now we can hear you loud and clear. Like, what were you saying?
I was saying, hopefully my internet doesn't crash. I'm a little concerned. I might need to, switch over to a different internet connection. Anyway, I'm still here, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, I was saying, like, I agree with that, Kevin. One way in which, like, maybe there would be that difference that kind of spills out, that is like, working with the considerations of a building is to have a fully like considered structural scheme that has some difference, you know, from the overall form. Obviously, that's like very old idea, of course, with like the free plan, but you know, if the structural scheme could start to push against and maybe spill out at times to help frame some of that leakage, I guess. It's one way.
I mean, that would be reasonable too. I just wonder how they conspire to make something better as opposed to just a regulating line against which a shape is drawn. Because the latter is what's happening, and that's just not interesting. Like I think you could do it like a lollipop, you know, thing, cantilevering from a central base, especially if you were to put a stair in there, it would be easy. But you could also imagine it as a kind of more delicate frame against which, like you said, it got like something like it played a role rather than. It feels like you put in a structural thing because you're like, oh, we're an architecture school, we got to show some structure, and then they started to guide your designs, and that seems to me to be a problematic approach.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, that image you pulled, you had them show, like it's beautiful. Like what a fabulous.
Yeah.
Like I squint a little and I don't see the window quite like that, and I see it as like an independent piece, kind of pushing through of its own quality, and I feel like.
Awesome. And imagine if right where that was happening, if where the shingles were coming down, they're ever so slightly kicking out a bit around it, right?
Sure. If they're starting to bend like that, and then I wish right now they seem a little too industrial in that they're treated, you know, arc. Like one of the things that's interesting about like the kind of nails, and I can't say I know them intimately, but I feel like I know them well enough, is that they're not, I think they are more like sinuous, like there's some more shape to it that might be happening. And I feel like I wish they would do that too. I wish they had that kind of, you know, that their form referenced the body in that way rather than the industry. But I mean, it doesn't show as well when it's tiny like that, but like when you pull it up and you get this sense that it's like black on the outside, but like, you know, sexy going on inside. It's just, it's pretty awesome. And that you're using the kind of leakiness to do that is great. So.
Yeah.
I think that those are all really excellent points. Yeah, I mean, I think you could make it more erotic and building on these ideas of, I mean, it doesn't have to be erotic, but it could, you know, in terms of like when you're talking about sexy, about being a matter of power relations, for example, that does have to do that, you know, that one way to play on that is this ability to be a voyeur. And so, you know, who is a voyeur to who, you know, if you're interested in your clients, who's the CEO, like being maybe a voyeur upon the landscape below or things like this. I guess there's just like ways to think about voyeurism and these power relations is definitely an interesting idea, like pushing that more forward, maybe designing for more moments like that, where there is visual lines of sight. I guess things like that would be interesting. And then
that's part of the reason why I was interested in the question about the constituency, who is embedded within this. And, you know, even looking at, we haven't really talked that much about the plinth aspect of it, but looking at the layers, the vertical layers, and start thinking about opportunities for vision, observation, the bodies, you know, the gaze, the gaze, I think, and the gaze towards the body, from the body. And I'm looking at the lower level, I'm calling it the plinth, but I guess it's the lower 3 stories maybe, which is a different conversation about enclosure, both enclosure and also the sectional condition of one layer to. I'm really curious about the relationship of the upper levels as I look at the other renderings that say this is what's happening on the ground. And again, some quite compelling people moving through, and what are the voyeuristic opportunities, for instance, in that regard, in that sectional condition, and part of it also has to do with not ignoring the fact that where this is cited, and relative to the constituencies that are embedded within this construct, as opposed to the constituency that's around. I mean, I still on the same side, right? And there's a market difference in regards. Right. I'm curious about that tension as well.
Yeah,
I agree. And I guess one thing that maybe we could just think about is, look, like, at least the way you're depicting those moments that come out of the condos, that they're fully glazed, and certainly at night you would be able to see directly into these people's bedrooms and their lives, especially coming from the highway. You would be nearly at certain levels, I think, on the first condo level, you would be basically at eye level with those windows. So like the assistant bedrooms, the drivers by would be able to look directly into those rooms at night, which, that's just something to be aware of. And is that a condition you were desiring, or is it one that you want to change? So I guess those are different considerations to keep in mind considering voyeurism.
Yeah, when you think about the standard that was designed by Polshek/Anid on the High Line, and there was a whole moment where people were intentionally having sex in the windows so that.
I mean,
the most interesting thing about the High Line, right, is this kind of public world going to the back, the private windows, and, well, frankly, being in a city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the other great example for this project would have been Lena Los's bedroom. And the whole level of conversation that we haven't talked about that has to do with materials, and I wish that conversation about like fake nails started to come into the interior environment as well, and that and like one wonders if if it's like I don't know, is it a wood floor, but it actually is soft and squishy? Is it like so many, kind of powerful things that could kind of be part of this whole thing? But it's maybe it's a summer project, since who knows if anybody's
foam concrete.
What's that?
Foam concrete.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's just so many amazing thoughts, but I do feel like one of the things that is interesting about a studio of this kind, or really any studio, but it's like finding the way to build into the effort moments of reflection where one starts to be able to kind of identify elements that are resonant with your own sensibilities and things that excite you, and then to find ways then to distill those pieces, or to turn up the volume on those pieces, make them more kind of powerfully present. So it's not just like, oh, we can find that there, but actually so that it defines the character of the overall thing. And I feel like the dilemmas of the project is that you end up, almost as a checklist. Like, yeah, it's there. All these qualities are there. But is it the, to use a terrible real estate term, this is the highest and best use of the leaky and sexy. And,
well, thank you. I think we should end so that we have a 15-minute break before the next session. Really great work. I'm very happy with how things have turned out, and I think there are a lot of nuances and interesting ways that you've dealt with these various difficult programmatic concerns and ways of working. And I think the result is really cool. And I think you've gotten some really helpful feedback. And you could certainly develop those interior spaces over the summer if you liked. I mean, you already had considerations about materials from the past. You're already talking about velvet. You're talking about, the glitter and the gloss on the nails. I think you could develop those interior spaces more moving forward. Would be interesting. So, you know, I have to say thank you very, very much to Tate for coming back for a second round and sticking around. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to Kevin. Thank you very much to Charlton. The comments have been excellent, and I'm really glad Charlton could join us for the end of this studio as well to see how things turned out. So thank you so much, and thank you to the students. Thanks, Anna, Sammy, and now we'll take a 15-minute break and see you at 3.
Okay, see you at 3.
Well,
Good seeing everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Can you see the document? Okay. So this is an advanced studio that's also interdisciplinary. We have students, both graduate and undergraduate level architecture, as well as interior design students. It's great that we have an interdisciplinary jury right now. We're also dealing with some theoretical issues as a framing to the studio. So the studio is titled Dragging Modernity Between Beautiful and Ugly. And something the studio is attempting to grapple with is maybe a meta issue in terms of what we do as designers, and how as designers we partake in taste culture, framing taste culture, framing the values around how certain things should look, what gets to count as architecture, what does not get to count as architecture, what gets to count as beautiful, what gets to count as ugly. And part of this studio is attempting to, I guess, locate the field in between beautiful and ugly. I guess the conceit here is that beautiful and ugly as binary conditions or aesthetic paradigms may not so adequately describe our nuanced and complex world around us. So just, you know, some of the terms that we're interested in and looking at in the studio exist in between these binary conditions, where beautiful always produces its associated affective pleasure and ugly produces disgust. We're more interested in like trying to locate terms that may arrive in vernacular discussions around aesthetics, ones which are less rarefied and are more ambiguous in terms of the kinds of spatial relationships they may imply, the ways they may look, ways they may affect the world around us. So some of these terms that are in between might be cute, awkward, dumpy, whimsical, organic, sleek, cozy, zany, quirky, silly, gaudy, gosh, neat, messy, creepy, delicate, dainty, cheeky, pompous, indulgent, industrial, sexy, lumpy, leaky, and etc. And so, you know, these terms are alive and well in vernacular discourse, and that's a discourse that we all have a part in, because most of the built world is vernacular, and it's hard to say for most things in the world if beautiful or ugly best describes them. And so the students began with starting with essentially found objects, objects which they already owned and had a feeling about, and a strong feeling towards these things. So to begin with, it's starting with, I guess, just an issue of taste, or not necessarily taste, but a predilection towards our relationships to things. And so that strong feeling became a close reading of those things. How does this make me feel? What are the ways that this thing sort of activates my emotions or exists in the world, and how does it behave? What does it look like? What is it made of? What are its meanings and associations? And so what would be, how might you generate a different aesthetic paradigm from this sort of vernacular thing that may not be best described as beautiful or ugly? We have there are 15 students, 15 objects to begin with, and 15, I guess, as minor aesthetic categories that sort of become a thesis. So we have cheeky, creepy, pompous, etc. And the students will go into more detail about that. The next part is they were asked to create a counterpart, a recapitulation of that thing at the same scale through model making, using material which is not the same that the original thing was made of, but maintains those meanings and associations of the aesthetic term. So, for example, the stuffed animal of the alpaca, which is described as pompous, is now remade through pom-poms. And each object was remade with a different material according to the student's interpretation of their aesthetic paradigm, I suppose. And then the next project, the students were asked to come together in groups to create sort of hybrid aesthetic conditions, which are even more complex and nuanced than just a singular condition may imply. To sort of arrive at perhaps discordant wholes or a both and condition where all of these conditions associated with those terms may be present in some way. And the way in which they were asked to hybridize in groups was to design a furniture. So through an operation of scaling and I suppose collage, students were asked to design furniture which may best speak to those characteristics, those discordant characteristics. So all of these were done through an attempt to find the right furniture that might best perform in the various ways they've been asked to perform. So just looking here, for example, then there are 6 groups. For example, for industrial and cozy, a 2-person group, a bike lock comes together with a candle to produce a lounge chair, a cozy and industrial working lounge chair. We looked at lots of precedents in the studio. Laurel can see one of her past projects here. Precedents across scale, but we were looking at things which dealt with these different issues that we're thinking about, issues of collaging, juxtaposition, and also scaling, and things which maintain some kind of legibility across different scales, and at times that legibility works with or against its program. Some of these precedents we actually are able to see in person due to this being a traveling studio to Tokyo, which we had a chance to go before things got bad. We were able to see the Toy Block House by Takafumi, the M2 building by Kengo Kuma, the Asahi Beer Hall by Philip Stark, and some students were able to see the Face House by Yamashita Kazumasa. And so all of these projects are starting to deal with some of the conditions students were asked to kind of think about to generate designs. So the final project is a shift in scale from furniture to building. And so at each moment in the studio, essentially they're asked to reapproach what they have made as kind of a found thing again. So now At the building scale, the furniture is recombined with an existing building. So the furniture is scaled up, its orientation may change, and all of the materials and structural conditions and programmatic concerns have to therefore modify that scaled up version of the furniture. So one part of this is that the meanings and associations across scales are attempted to be maintained, but each shift kind of modulates a different perspective on how that might occur. So the site is, it's in Austin. It's along the I-35 highway. That's what you can see on the map. The red line is the highway that crosses through the state. And it actually kind of bisects Austin between west and east. So they're asked to, all of these, I guess, issues are kind of dealing with this idea of hybridity. And so the site itself is a hybrid site in the fact that the highway bisects the outlying neighborhood. In addition to the building itself, they're asked to deal with above and below the datum of the highway. So there's both planar and sectional hybridity across the site, above and below, and between the highway and the neighborhood and the strip mall, the residential single family neighborhood in the strip mall. So the existing building is a freestanding strip mall building. It is 20 feet tall, it's 6,500 square feet, and it currently contains an urgent care. So students were asked to, like I said, scale up and recombine for this addition. So this is an addition project. Essentially, the program is 3 parts in equal measure. One is public, one is private, and one is in between. And those the particular programs come from, I guess, an investigation into the meanings and associations of what programs may best suit these kinds of aesthetic paradigms. And of course, there's many more particulars to it, but I think it'll become clear when we just start looking at the student work. So thank you, and that is my presentation. Feel free to ask me any questions if you have about the presentation itself or the setup itself. Do you have any questions about that, or can we just get into it? I'm sure they'll come up as we move through. So I will just, so our first group, I mean, it's not the first group, we've been through a lot. The fifth group, the group coming up is Olivia Green, Monica Hosido, and Jessica Chen. And Olivia and Monica are interior students, and Jessica is an architecture student. And their terms are organic, delicate, and indulgent. And so if they don't mind taking over, that would be great.
Hi.
Hi.
Can everyone see this?
Yeah. Do you want to go to full screen view on that?
Yeah. Let me just move Zoom out of the way. Hi, so I'm Jessica, and my partners are Olivia and Monica. And our 3 minor aesthetic categories were delicate, organic, and indulgent. This is our delicate, organic, indulgent, ambient, greenhouse, bird sanctuary, hostel, and succulent workshop. So we started with the 3 categories, delicate, indulgent, and organic, based on our 3 found objects, which were a painted wood egg, a box of Ferrero Rocher, and a cactus diffuser. Through the reimagining of these objects, we created, the egg was recreated based on a ribbed structure and lace on the exterior. The box of Ferrero Rocher was recreated with kernels of corn spray painted gold, and the cactus diffuser was recreated with candied lime wedges. In looking at the hybridization or the intersection between these 3 categories, we found that the programs of all 3 of our original objects were very sensory. So the egg was to be seen, the chocolate to be eaten or tasted, and the diffuser to be smelled. And so using the hybrid intersection of bringing pleasure and using that idea, we decided on a chandelier floor lamp and taking that as the intersection along with the qualities of being lacy and translucent. You can see here our combined forms as well as categories in this floor lamp, using an acrylic structure within, reimagining those chocolates as light bulbs, and the cactus using the translucency of beads, and a metal pipe structure with a delicate lace wire on the outside for the egg. So the setting for our floor lamp would be in a suburban nursery in a household where a mother would only buy the best for her children, only organic products. And it serves the dual function of being both a floor lamp as well as a heat lamp for an egg incubator below. And you can see here the beginnings of our assembly pre-quarantine. Just another look at that site.
So we continue the story as we move scales into from furniture to building. As the young boy in the previous render grew up into and decided to build a building where both humans, birds, and plants can coexist together. So again, set in the site that was mentioned by Adam earlier. On. Thanks. And so again, using the Venn diagrams as the process to make a hybrid program for our building, we decided that the plant retail space, so in the very bottom, in the first ground floor of our building, will be a place where people can buy plants. And then as we move up into the different stories, here in the program Part 2 diagram, you can see that the second story is the greenhouse, the third is the hostel, and then the last, it's a little pixelated, but the last one is a roof garden. So using that vertical circulation to sort of progress from a more public space in the bottom into private in the top. And the mesh lace diagram, again, is showing just how we incorporated the delicate quality from our original object into the furniture and back into the building here. So the pattern that we have in 100% allows for that lace quality as well as also shading. And then there's a 75% where we took away part of the pattern, 50% and 25%. And that would be around the hostel area, as you can see in the oblique. And the organic aspect is seen as well, and of course the overall form. And the indulgent aspect is also seen. And Olivia will continue on to moving through the plans.
So on our first level, we have a retail space where you can purchase plants / check in at a counter space for the workshop that's on the level above. So on the level that's above the retail level, it's a greenhouse and a workshop space for you to pretty much make your own potted like plant fixtures, slash like succulent bunches. So that's what's happening on this level. We took the wedges of the wedges were like candied lime in the original object that were then turned into the beaded structure on the inside of our furniture piece. So those wedges continue on this level and then act as shelving for the plants in the greenhouse. So the greenhouse takes form of the wedges, and then the surrounding space around the greenhouse is just an outdoor seating area for the workshop space where we would intend for you to create these like bunches of plants from the greenhouse. And then on the next level, we have a more private space where it's pretty much a communal kitchen for the hostel level that's above this level. There's like lounge seating below, and then the kitchen area above, and then outdoor seating surrounding that. And then within the outdoor seating, we also have the avian bird sanctuary space. So on one side, there's notches in the wall to provide space for the birds to nest. And then on the other side, there's bird feeders, and then just seating around it so that you can watch birds, and pretty much it just serves as a bird watching space, really just to continue the whole chicken/bird aspect that we had in the furniture piece originally. And then in the third floor plan, it's the hostel living space. So there's a single room, a double room, and then the space just continues with restrooms and pretty much just really small hostel living spaces it's the most private area out of the entire structure. And then there's outdoor, kind of just like a walk space on the outer perimeter. And then on the floor right above that, we have our roof garden that's also only accessible by the hostel residents, where it's enclosed by this glass dome at the top of our egg structure, and there's just plants surrounding the elevator.
And it's like a bench, right?
Yes, yeah. So you can see it better in the exterior oblique, but this top level is like a wood deck, so you can walk on it, and then it's also serves as seating. But yeah, and so you can see all of those spaces throughout the section. So this is the retail plan where you can see how the egg intersects our glass garden space in the center, and then the retail space kind of just surrounds that area. And then you can see the intersection of the wedges with the vertical circulation. So the stairs kind of cut through all of the wedging of the greenhouse. So it's surrounded by glass as well. So while you're walking through the vertical circulation, you can kind of see yourself surrounded by plants as you circulate upward. And then there's just an elevator in the center, and then all of the surrounding. These are some interior views that we created. So with the elevation obliques on the left, you can see the greenhouse workshop space that I mentioned, and then how everything's pretty much just surrounded by glass and the metal lace structure on the exterior. And then the image below is of the avian bird sanctuary space where there's nesting in the walls for the birds to just coexist with this hostel plan. And then there's another view of the interior greenhouse space and a view capturing the garden and retail space on the ground level.
Thanks. Is there a way we can see like everything?
Yeah,
like
right here.
Oh, thanks.
Could you guys just remind me what your original terms were?
Organic,
delicate, organic, and indulgent.
Organic, delicate, and indulgent.
Mm-hmm.
And then Adam, just a question for you. They were given this building to reuse, but they don't need to reuse the existing use.
Yeah, they don't have to reuse the existing program. Some of them did choose to keep the existing program, some of them did not.
I have a question for this group and maybe for the whole group, the whole studio. I was under the impression that one of the tenets of this studio was the stress or the friction between beautiful and ugly, between things that we tend to celebrate in architecture as exceptional and beautiful, and the majority of our built environment that is, put bluntly, pretty ugly. And we need to consider that in everything that we do. My issue with this project, and I want to ask the authors to elaborate, is that it's too pretty, it's too beautiful. Where is the ugly? Where is the estrangement? I live 2 blocks from the site, and I drive by. I never walked on the site, by the way. I lived for 10 years here. I walked to AGB and I walked to the
I live next to this too.
Eastern restaurant on close to Red River, but I never walked on that part of the parking lot. I have driven so many times because that's the main access to I-35. And when I saw the site, I thought, wow, it's an amazing site, and what a perfect site for the studio brief, for the studio proposal. But this project is a little too pretty for the studio brief. So I want to ask you to elaborate a little bit on how the authors reconcile that.
Are you asking me or are you?
No, I'm asking the students.
I think instead of focusing on the 2 polar opposites of beautiful and ugly, we chose to focus more on our minor aesthetic categories of delicate, organic, and indulgent. So finding the balance of those rather than between beautiful and ugly.
So what I'm hearing is that you somehow avoided the very provocative idea of the studio and default a little bit to more traditional categories of architecture. Is that a fair assessment, or I'm being too harsh?
I think that we were encouraged to kind of take on our aesthetic terms that we chose from the beginning of the studio. I don't think we were necessarily pushed towards polar opposites of like beautiful and ugly. Like we were very much encouraged to take on the terms that we chose and then display those qualities with this project. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I think that the terms that you guys chose, at first glance, that are on some level, they seem to me, they were almost kind of like too homogeneous, in that I was like organic, delicate, indulgent. It's, they are sort of pretty on the face of it, kind of pretty terms. However, all of them have a kind of underbelly, like a seedy underbelly that one could find in them. And it's interesting, I was kind of thinking about that with your terms, and then I was, looking at your proposal, and I agree with Fernando that, it seems very pretty, but it also reminded me a bit of Versailles in France, or like a kind of French garden. And that got me to be, that got me thinking about this kind of underbelly of things that are beautiful, particularly like constructed environments that, culturally we find to be beautiful. And so if we think about an environment like Versailles, we find it to be beautiful, but we ignore the sort of power structures that allow it to be you know, this kind of perfect and pristine, symmetrical gold. I mean, we can, you know, we could just terms upon terms upon terms of that we could use to kind of describe a place like Versailles. And so what I also feel like I'm missing the way that some of that kind of underbelly could start to creep out in your project. Because you know, I don't know how much gardening you guys do, but I have a garden, and gardening is really dirty, right? Like like you finish an afternoon of gardening, and you might have a beautiful manicure when you started, but you have dirt under, you know, underneath your fingernails. And so there's something I think that would, you know, a layer, I think that would be interesting for you guys to think about places within your project where there could be a kind of peeling back of some of the I keep saying this word, the sort of prettiness, and reveal some of the kind of structures that might produce that prettiness.
I could build a little bit on what Laurel and Fernando are saying. There's a pointedness to your furniture piece that appears very pretty. It's this sort of, you know, delicate little egg structure in a nursery setting of a wealthy home. And, you know, it's also encasing sort of baby chicks. And, you know, there's this whole kind of, to use Laurel's term, this sort of underbelly that's happening there that has a lot of sort of twisted, pointed meaning to it that I think if you really kind of dug past the surface, you could have a lot of commentary about. So I'm kind of curious to hear how that translates to your interpretation of program for the building scale.
I think, like, similarly to the nursery, we wanted to keep the idea of a nursery, but instead of babies or baby chicks so much, it became plants as something that you could both sell and raise and explore and learn about, as well as the birds in the upstairs, being more educated about, or like the narrative of this child's growing up and then creating this place was one of the ideas in having that bird sanctuary. The growing up with the chicks, and then you would grow up to enjoy nature and want to share it with people.
But the relationship that we have to the baby chicks is very different than we would have to the sort of educational relationship we'd have to the program that you created here. If we start to think about the sort of, you know, cycle of food and our relationship to animals, they seem to be not as parallel, I guess is what I'm asking about.
You can hear the birds chirping right now.
I hear birds, yeah.
I think that's at my house.
I think everyone has great points about, maybe you can think about ways to respond to their questions. I think it's totally, worthwhile to think about the complex nuances of these words, right? Because, as you aptly noted in the last project, organic is a very loaded term, and that's something Olivia was fully aware of immediately. Like it's a very loaded political term that has a lot of greenwashing around it. There's a lot of exploited labor behind organic farming. It's very ripe with politics. Like all of these terms, delicate is ripe with the gendered politics of power relations. And indulgent is, also conflicted term. So I think, just to respond to Fernando's question about, where is the tension here? Where is it? I guess it's, I think that's sort of working with Laurel's comment about the underbelly of these terms. I think it's maybe it's not like you need to remove any of these things that you have in this proposal, but maybe it's a matter of adding more of that conflict to those terms into the program. Or, for example, if we just look at the scheme itself, you have lots of areas where the garden space and birds and people kind of intermingle, and there's literally dirt on the ground. Like, I mean, just to think about material moving across the different surfaces, like it would be very muddy in there. It'd be very dirty in there. There might be lots of bugs. There'd be birds pooping everywhere. And like, it would be kind of like imagine if it was a very poorly managed sanctuary, or if the sanctuary was more of an exploitative sort of sanctuary, sort of like we've all watched Tiger King with Joe Exotic. We've talked about how in Texas there's a lot of personal safaris that are very like, is it actually helping keep these animals alive, or is it more nefarious under the surface? And even with the bird sanctuary, you could ask, like, is this actually, is this really good for the birds, for them to be in this giant cage? It's I think it's just a matter of like, it's not like what you have isn't potentially complex. I think it is already potentially complex. It's very complex. It has a lot of complex things going on at the same time. I think it's just maybe more of an acute exaggeration of some of those more negative qualities, I guess, is what I think some of the comments are pointing towards.
Mm-hmm. If you think, Adam, I kind of see where you're headed with the comments. I mean, I think it is all there. It's sort of just bringing out that side of it, that angle of it. I mean, even the idea about the birds being in a cage and which ones end up being in that big, massive bird cage, but the people are also in it too. So what does that mean? So, I mean, it's a fascinating challenge. That's not one that we're often asked to take on.
I think also, I mean, I think the kind of problem that Adam set up for the studio is super fascinating. It's also extremely nuanced and complex, and there's no in a both and world, there's sort of no wrong way of going about the project. I think that as architects or designers, the thing that one needs to do when doing a project like this is figure out your strategies, be them formal or theoretical or that you're going to use to design the space. So right now you've clearly taken on, you started with the lamp. It was shaped like an egg. The egg, the way that you've kind of formally put the egg into practice is with a kind of the use of symmetry, right? Everything of it's you kind of ambulate around the center, or things are literally symmetrical. And the question then as the designer would be like, if you were going to try to add this other layer of the kind of, as I've been calling it, the kind of underbelly of what these terms could be, is what would your strategy, what could a formal strategy be to start to bring that in? So would it be to start to inject things that are asymmetrical into your symmetrical plan to block some of the clear path of movement through the space. There are certain, just as one way one could go about kind of adding additional layers of complexity to what you have, I think would be to kind of figure out, well, what is a strategy that we could start to kind of employ here to sort of ruffle what you have going on so far.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think, because the other term that kind of comes to mind when I look at the project is it's sort of a gilded cage, right? And so we have our culture is filled with terms like gilded cages, golden handcuffs, where it's a literal kind of juxtaposition between a kind of perceived good thing and a perceived bad thing, and they kind of rub together.
That's a good point. And you could even, I mean, if you do continue to work on this and you're interested in this angle of really bringing out the nuances of those terms, I think, thinking of it as a gilded cage would be maybe potentially just, it really describes this building in a way. I mean, it literally is a gilded cage, but also what are the implications of that? Yeah.
Could we, I mean, Monica and Jessica and Olivia, you've been very quiet. And so, I mean, I would love to hear your thoughts on the comments that you're getting, and also just your impression of the studio. What are your big takeaways from this particular studio and from this project? Because it's unlike any of the other studios and projects you've encountered during your academic career here.
Yeah, I think to answer your second question, it was definitely a challenge for us to really almost literally drag the terms from our very original object to the furniture, because I think in previous studios we were usually encouraged to sort of conceptualize away from our original, and so that was challenging, but also brought quite, I would say, exciting programs and unique design decisions, I guess, that I think we wouldn't have otherwise. So definitely new take on the design process, I would say.
I think it was really interesting for the studio how we started off with these aesthetic terms. And I remember when I chose my object and my word of organic, and then realizing that my object was kind of representing qualities that can be seen as organic, and it represented organic materials and tried to mimic organic materials, and kind of came to the conclusion that it was ultimately artificial. And so in that way, it was the opposite of organic. And I think that that's definitely something that we continued, we kept a hold onto with this project of turning it into a building, because it's beautiful formally, but in symbolically, it's not, it's kind of ugly, I guess, because we're kind of throwing these people in this egg and then saying that it's this natural organic environment, and then shoving birds inside of it as well, with plants that also aren't native to this exact site. So we're making this ecosystem and then saying it's organic and it's natural and it's all these things, when it's really not. It's a pretty ugly process symbolically. So I guess that would be a good take on it. And it's just something that I've just been noticing throughout the entire semester. Some of the words have a lot of these nuances that we don't normally think about, and then turning it into this crazy structure was super interesting.
Speaking to the process also, it was pretty interesting to basically have the same form throughout multiple stages of the entire semester, and how you can still see most of those forms represented in the final project. So that was definitely also a challenge to negotiate the forms and add program to those.
Yeah, it's great to hear your observations. Thank you.
I think it would be super interesting for you guys to add the kind of agency of the commentary you just gave us on the project into the design in some way. Because the way you present the project right now has none of that kind of agency. The project right now feels like it's in service of you know, a kind of set of cultural ideals that I think the studio is trying to actually challenge. And clearly you guys have been thinking about them and challenging them. It's just that somehow in the presentation of the work right now, the presentation isn't challenging us to think about it.
I think that's certainly something that you all are very much can change, like without much difficulty, because you already have those positions and ideas. And so I think that's really helpful to hear that, you know, like the way we frame what we're talking about really does affect how we interpret it, and then if we like it or not, or if, you know, it is worth our time. And like, I think, you know, like when you put these in your portfolios, you can certainly just bring back those initial interpretations that you had, like in your earlier work, like first finding it, and then you know, even making furniture together. I think that would be really great. And then yeah, so any final comments on this before we transition?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that would be a kind of interesting way, you know, if you were going to represent the project, like represent and re-represent the project, would be to actually start your presentation with a series of images. And so you might have one image of something organic, and then the next image of something artificial, and kind of do almost like a kind of mood board of relationships between that actually kind of play with the kind of dual nature of how we can see or understand your terms. And I think that would, you know, that would prime your audience for looking for kind of dual natures within the design of your project.
Yeah, I think within the sort of representation style that you have chosen to use for your final presentation, perhaps that in juxtaposition with some of the imagery that Laurel is talking about could help get across, because this is very sort of storybook style types of images when we look especially at the perspectives and those sorts of things. So it could be, there could actually be a way to sort of pretty easily weave in that aspect of your project for your portfolio.
Yeah, and you could even start to think of these plants as being artificial, for example. We don't know if they're real or not. We're just looking at a rendering. So you could even just make a diagram of one of these plants by itself, like how it's an artificial plant. And you know, they ran out of money, so they couldn't afford to pay for a drainage system that would actually water these plants in the building. So they just filled it with artificial plants, and that was the end of the day. And they look good enough, right? But you're putting real birds amongst artificial plants. Now, is that really like a healthy ecosystem? You know, and that's not like you even need to change anything really. It's like maybe you start to change or add to the story with more detail, where like we have these pretty pictures that are a storyboard style, and then maybe there's other pictures that are kind of the dual picture, like what happens at night when the janitor comes in and has to clean up all the bird poop? You know, what happens, I don't know, things like that, where like for each of those storyboard images, like maybe there's like its counterpart that is kind of the underbelly kind of image of like what's actually happening to make this building run, like what appears to be real on the outside, and what is actually going on with the design. I guess those are things that if you're interested in pursuing this direction, which I think would be cool, you could certainly just add some more, right? You don't actually, maybe you change like a couple things, but I think it's just like adding that extra layer that Laurel and Tammy and Fernando have been talking about, to add to that nuance potentially. And also thank you for working so hard to grapple with designing a building, because two of you probably haven't had to deal with that so much as interior design students. So, you know, I think that is in itself like very impressive. So thank you so much. Thank you, Monica, Olivia, Jessica, for that. And now let's go to, unless you wanted to say anything in response, if the students wanted to say anything. They're good. Oh, go
I
ahead.
just want to say thank you as well to all the reviewers. I think it was really good feedback, and kind of what you were saying, Adam, like at least me as an interior student, I had a lot of fun collaborating with not only Jess, but other architecture students as well in the studio. So that was a really fun semester. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have the final group of the day. And Fernando, Laurel, and Tammy, I don't know if you've looked at the pinup space or if you've been able to access that, but I sent, anyway, I'll email, I emailed the links to you. It's in Miro, but maybe we can just look at that later, but you can see all of the work and all the different things.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But yeah, so now we have Draven and Kabir.
Hi.
And their terms are industrial and cozy. And they're both BARC students. So
Okay.
let them take over.
I'll share my screen. Our project is the industrial cozy bike emporium.
So this is just a brief table of contents to go through the flow of our presentation. We'll start by explaining our furniture and the artifacts that we use to create and inspire our furniture, followed by some precedent, and then we'll move on to the second part, which is our building, which was influenced by our furniture piece.
Part one.
So when we were designing the furniture piece, we each had our own individual objects, as you've heard before. And when we came together, the culmination of the industrial bike lock and the cozy candle, which we will present, was the culmination of an adult high chair, which was created for the industrious entrepreneur. And we imagined it being used at an architecture firm, somebody who never leaves their work, and work comes before everything. So it's a comfortable chair, but allows you to be industrious in the sense where you can work for long periods of time. The object that I was inspired by was a candle, just in the fact that the object is able to create an atmosphere in a space and make you feel a different kind of way when you are in a space because of that object when a candle is lit. And due to the atmospheric conditions of it, I came up with the word cozy, which is exactly what it says right here, the collection of emotions one feels in the space. And while I invented the candle with the word cozy, I imagined it being enveloped by cotton balls, and the cotton balls were put together by a waffle grid structure made of acrylic, and it was set on a pedestal of felt. So the whole idea of the object was soft and plush and cozy.
For my object, I chose a biclock, and I defined it as an industrial aesthetic, pertaining to of the nature or resulting from industry, or something that's functional. And then another layer of the definition of industrial is maybe those things that once you use them or when you use them is the only time you're aware of it, but otherwise it falls into the background, much like a biclock. And so when I went and interpreted it in another level, I used staples to kind of construct a biclock, because like a biclock, it has a similar form, but it also has a similar function, and you kind of forget about it after you use it. So yeah. So then we took these two things, try to see how we could relate them to generate a furniture type.
After we developed the furniture type, we created a series of Venn diagrams with both of our words on either sides of the Venn diagrams to start with the furniture type. And just to encapsulate some of the words we used were sofa, beanbag, bed, and for industrial, free weight stand, cabinet, and treadmill. And something that we thought was a piece of furniture that was in a cozy but industrious space was a crib, bench, chest, bathtub, and high chair. High chair being in a place, we thought of it initially as a place where a baby would be sitting and you lock them in, as you can see in the precedent, but also a high chair in the sense of something we use in studio to do our work.
And so, yeah, with the high chair idea, we wanted to make it for adults. And so with the first sketch that you see, there's this arm that's created by the lock that folds over you, and you're locked in and you're in a position to be industrious. But we eventually decided on this design just for ease of construction, because we were planning on constructing it. And so here it's a high chair, sits about 24 off the ground, the seat. And so you could sit on this chair on a studio desk, much like an architect would.
This is an axon showing how the chair was to be constructed prior to COVID, but we were able to think of the idea three-dimensionally on our computers. So we were able to actually build the waffle plywood structure, the base, and the inside wood structure of the bike lock piece, the armrest. But the rest of it, we were not able to. But you can see here that we envisioned it being wrapped in a sort of like concrete cylinder mold for the bike lock pieces. And then we were to apply PVC pipes in a striation around it to create a pattern and feel. And then the cotton balls were to be applied to the waffle as the seat. And we were imagining them being covered with fabric and stuffed, so they would be pulled through this wire mesh that would be attached to the waffle grid.
Here's some views of it in the office setting, plans and sections of it, get an understanding of how it comes together. More views, another view. All right, part 2.
So as we moved into the second segment of our project, we realized that the architecture firm was finally given an opportunity to expand their space and create a fulfilling public space while within their building. The parking lot of the now abandoned Sears had a small structure which was ready to be upgraded to the next big thing. Situated on the edge of I-35, the industrial cozy bike emporium is scaled up and rotated up a rotated adult chair, high chair. Utilizing the cotton ball typology to create a complex interior condominium space and the bike lock to contain circulation, as well as the penthouse level for the firm to occupy. As you will see in the next series of drawings, the combination of cozy cotton ball, candle, and industrious staple bike lock have made their way to create a multifunctional private public interior-exterior space.
So we used the same sort of Venn diagrams to explore how the high chair could be converted into a building, the program components, spatial relations, effective responses, and materials. And this is a starting off point that jumped into the building. So here you can see that we scaled up on the left side of the project. That's the original furniture. We scaled this up and we actually turned the furniture upside down. And so it locks around the existing building here. And this is basically a layout of how we imagine these spaces could be used. So yeah. Site plan.
This is an exterior oblique showing it, showing the colors that we were imagining. We envisioned having a sort of like projected mural onto the cotton balls to be sort of a signage to show like the bike locks and the bike symbols that would kind of, you would see as you were driving down the highway, which we'll show in a render later on.
So this is the ground level, the most public space. Up be the entry level. People would come in and have access to this sort of bike shop cafe area, and then it opens up to this courtyard space and bike gallery with the factory for the bikes and design team would be here. And then there's also on these spires, the columns here would be the circulation. And so this bottom portion is more of a private circulation for maybe the boss of the architecture firm to go up to his firm. On the second level, we have a BMX park, kind of to relate to the bike program on top of the existing building. And you kind of see that come in section here. And then on the third level, this is where we have our housing element. There's basically 3 separate housing units, one here, and one here. And we imagine that the architect lives in one of these and maybe his grandparent or his parents and family live in the other condominiums, and they all share this courtyard space in the middle. And then on level 4, we have the architecture firm that kind of sits at the very top with the office in the original chair in the back, conference space, office.
And it also sort of shows on the 4th level the double height spaces and second levels of the condominium, sorry, from the 3rd level. And you can kind of see like where the spiral staircases go up and how they attach to the units below. And it's kind of complex to look at, but you can kind of tell in section 2, the section below level 4.
So this is just a worm's eye view of the bike gallery space. This was, I think, a very interesting space because we weren't really sure what to do with it's a sort of small tube shape, which basically would only make sense for circulation perhaps, but we actually referred to the original stapled bike lock and kind of interpreted the staples that go into the bike lock as maybe being the bikes themselves and also the hooks that hang them. And so in the space, you'd kind of have the wall covered with hooks and then bikes hanging from that.
These interior and exterior obliques show a night and a day view. The left one shows the architecture firm during the day with the original high chair furniture piece. And on the right, we're showing the courtyard at night. And it sort of brings back that idea of the lit candle and the atmospheric conditions it creates with the fire pit in the center of the courtyard. That kind of brings everybody together in that space.
And also the candle feature comes back to the BMX park. Also, we put lights on top of, or on the bottom of the cotton ball so that this place could be used maybe at night as well. So here's an idea of how this space would be occupied. And then
this was the view I referred to earlier of being able to see the signage on the cotton balls as you're driving down the highway. It's a view from the interior of a car driving down the highway looking at our building.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
So I could put this up. Oh. And here's all the drawings as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my first question is just what is the kind of building scale cotton ball zone made out of?
So here, let me
imagine it to be out of a concrete form, sort of prefabricated, like curved pieces that would be stuck together with steel rebar.
Because that doesn't seem very cozy.
Veer, you've been a strong defender of concrete being cozy since the very beginning.
I think that concrete can be cozy because it takes any form that you want it to, depending on what you do to it. And I think that
only when you're making it.
I mean, yeah, but I think that what makes it cozy is it being like sort of smooth surfaces. When we were traveling through Tokyo, I feel like we saw a lot of examples of really cozy like concrete. I mean, just the way that they are able to mold concrete in Japan was beautiful, and it just felt so warm. And I don't know, I just was always acclimated towards using concrete, and I did think of it as cozy. A lot of people in studio didn't agree with me, but I mean, I think it is.
And I think concrete, similar to the wax of the candle, is kind of this thing that's malleable in a way. So I think it in a way relates back to the initial object that was the candle material was.
Yeah.
I guess I can't help but I find when the term cozy, as I was understanding how you guys defined it even at the beginning of the project, was that as being atmospheric, not material. So I can kind of make a leap of faith that you're suggesting that the concrete would be projecting a kind of cozy atmosphere, but it's a real sort of leap for me because of the fact that it's not in any way actually soft. Like there's some, like coziness implies a kind of to me a kind of softness, and
I think when we're referring to it also, I think formally, when you look at this section in particular, the way that the different variations in size of the spherical shapes creates like different niches and spaces where you can sit and apply maybe a softer material. Like on the left, you can see a sitting nook that is elevated from the space. That could be, you could apply a plush like material to be able, like a cushion, to sit in that space. Maybe not literally that the concrete itself is cozy, but the shape, the material allows for you to create these unique, comfortable spaces.
Maybe just to also add to one of your earlier observations about cozy is, like, you were talking about corners as being cozy, like being enveloped, sort of like, I guess it's a metaphor for being in the womb or something. But I think that I mean, you can describe different ways that, regardless of material, maybe I think you need to just come out and say, this is not about materiality and coziness. This is about spatial relations and coziness, and maybe atmospheric relationships. Or maybe you can defend that argument that you had before.
Yeah.
I second Adam on that. I think this project really makes us think about this friction between beautiful and ugly, between cozy and comfortable. I was in a the review this afternoon on Piergiana's studio, and her studio was about discomfort. So I think there's an opportunity here on this project to really explore issues of form versus materiality and tactile materiality, because spheric spaces seem very welcoming and protective and kind of womb-like until you realize they are made of harsh concrete and you touch them and they are not welcoming at all, unless you have another layer on those spheres or partial spheres to protect our skin from the harsh reality of concrete. They're not cozy at all. They're very, very harsh. The skateboarding is a very tough sport because you are at high speed with your elbows and your knees against very harsh concrete. Soccer looks much more violent from the physical contact, but you have soft grass to fall on. So what I'm trying to say is that the materiality matters a lot. And there is an opportunity here to really kind of highlight this tension, this friction between form, which is very abstract, and we tend to think that orthogonal lines are hard and curves are soft, versus the reality of the material that has nothing to do with curves and straight lines.
And the reason why I brought up the concrete or the question about what the material was in the beginning has to do with also kind of thinking about what the atmosphere that the building, the kind of this huge scale of this like sort of like mega building thing would be projecting to the neighborhood. And I think that you know, I think that a kind of opaque concrete cloud may not actually be the kind of presentation that's hovering over the neighborhood, may not be the presentation of coziness, perhaps, so, that the word would suggest. But I think there are other ways of thinking about what the materiality of the thing could be via thinking about what the atmosphere that you want it to project might be, right? So you could think of it, if we were to imagine it glowing at night as a kind of glowing cloud, then we might begin to think of it as as a kind of other type of material, where you might have a kind of frame structure with, glass, plastic materials. It could be something pneumatic. There's a kind of whole other, a bunch of other paths that you could go down if one was, rather than projecting onto the surface of this cloud, the cloud is actually emitting the atmosphere from within, I think would be interesting.
Yeah, I think the material critique is very, very important one, but with the idea of the view from outside, I think one of the ways we interpreted cozy was, and like the way we wanted to implement it onto this project, was to focus on this interior courtyard space and the housing as the part where cozy was most important. So the outside of the balls with the graphics on it, that wasn't necessarily something that needed to be portrayed as cozy. So I do agree we could have developed it more materials and emphasizing the coziness within the courtyard area, but on the exterior, that wasn't really our objective there.
Well, I think that that's a fair answer, that it wasn't your objective, but I think as an architect who's producing a fairly urban building surrounded, by members of your faculty who live around it, that it would be, it's almost an important duty of your building to kind of give something back to the area around it, and sort of, and in that you can begin to think about the terms cozy and industrial at multiple scales. So it can absolutely, cozy can absolutely happen at the scale of the interior of the courtyard, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen at another scale or at an even smaller scale than the courtyard.
I think that's exactly right. And I think that's something that I wish I had called your attention to in developing this as a building. I guess I feel like I think part of this studio is trying to address the fact that all of these issues continue to scale up and up and up. And so I think Laurel brings up a very important point about just its citing and its context as well. How is it read in those ways, beyond just like the interior condition of the building itself as like a rarefied boundary? Because all of these things end up affecting one another literally or in other ways as well. And I wonder, like, you have all of the windows facing the courtyard, which I guess is cozy for like that interior space. But if we're going to address Laurel's question, like, I think I previously showed you Hundertwasser's incineration plant in Osaka. And that building is like, it's actually a really good example of an industrial and cozy building. It has multiple punch windows all over it that make it look like a domestic building. They have like planter boxes hanging outside of those windows. It's an incineration plant, but it has domestically scaled windows on it with planter boxes. So, that is just like, the meanings and associations we have of coziness, I guess, of the domestic space, and like clashing it with a different program, I think there actually worked really well. And so I wonder, maybe you could just even think of that in relation to how the building is perceived from the outside to the public. Like those spheres right now, I think you wanted to maintain some ambiguity about what they might be from the outside. But I guess to maybe one angle of dealing with how it reads in the context is like, how would it be cozier? Maybe just put windows facing outside with like little planter boxes, for example, with curtains coming out, just flowing out of the window, curtains flowing out the window. I mean, if you're familiar with Thomas Kincaid, otherwise known as the painter of light, his work, he's made a killing on selling coziness to people, the image of coziness. And, maybe part of it just might be like, maybe we should change the way we represent this, like the images of this project, so that they feel cozier. Like a black and white line drawing is industrial, but how might it also be cozy? Like, I mean, Thomas Kincaid, just take a look at his paintings. They're very cozy. There's always like a light coming out from a window, and you can see like a curtain, and maybe there's a cat or something, and it's just twilight. The sky is the perfect color of warmth, and there's a bucolic scene. I guess, anyway, I'll stop talking.
I think that the issues of coziness are really fascinating. I'd like to ask a question about a slightly different issue, or not entirely different, but there's, in the beginning in the description, you mentioned something about masculine and feminine and gendered spaces or gendered objects. And I'm curious if Draven and Amit, if you could speak a little bit to some of the gendered qualities of your creation.
We never, or I haven't really thought about them in that terms, or our building in that terms, but Adam did mention earlier the idea of coziness and maybe its relationship to the womb and spaces like that. So I think there's definitely an opportunity to elaborate on that within our project, but otherwise I hadn't really thought about it with those terms.
Yeah, I think there's sort of like an ambiguity originally with our objects, the cotton ball and the bike lock. I didn't really think of it either as sort of like a gendered object, and then carrying it forward into the building, I guess we really thought of it more of as like a space that would be cozy and also have industrious qualities to it. So yeah, I think that's a good point of bringing up the gendered question, but I really honestly didn't think about that.
Because you have things that like the idea of a high chair is sort of maternal. We're talking like womb-like spaces, but then on the flip side of that, the architect is identified as being male. We've got, things like BMX and like programmatically things that start to feel sort of masculine in a way. I don't know. I feel like the undertones are there, even if they weren't necessarily explored or more overt. And I think it's an interesting side of your project.
Definitely.
We did read Diana Gress's article, Architecture from Without, at the very beginning, which explicitly addressed the metaphor of architecture and beautiful being masculine, and the metaphors around interior and exterior space being very gendered. And we did start there, and I think like all that stuff is here in this project as well. And I think it's interesting that the architect was chosen to be, I guess in the narrative, a man, but it certainly does play into what Diana Gress was discussing, which is like the architect takes the cover of the egotistical sort of patriarch, and also gets to have all of the matriarchal qualities, and can have the cake and eat it too. And then the woman's body and the woman's presence is completely suppressed in space. I think it's I think it's just something to be aware of. And when we're designing things, like if we're reproducing conditions like this, that maybe we shouldn't be. But I think like the fact that you're dealing with, I guess you could say, industrial might be a masculine gendered term, perhaps. That doesn't mean that anyone of any gender may like industrial things, but I think the fact that, at least for this project, it seems to be taking those gendered associations and kind of combining them, like the industrial and the cozy, they do have gendered associations.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, do the students, any other comments on this? Do you want to look at any of the images, or maybe just the design of the building? Does it work? Does it work as a building?
Are you asking us, or is that a general question?
Well, I guess it's a general question, maybe. One that you don't have to respond to, but
seems believable to me. I mean, once you look at like the interior spaces, they remind me a bit of a strategy that that we call sometimes PlayStation. So each space you move to is sort of like you're in a video game. So you kind of move through in sequence, and there's a completely different experience and atmosphere, and those things then get expressed on the outside of the building, the exterior of the building. But it's all about these kind of sequence of interior spaces. But it's sort of fascinating because you started like formally and then backed into a space station approach, which I think is something I'm curious about in how you approach this. Could you speak to the graphics that look like they're sort of painted onto the exterior of the building?
So yeah, zoom in on that. So yeah, a part of the assignment was to think about our building as a sign, or how it could be potentially a sign. Either the building itself is a sign for what happens in it, or how the surface of the building could project the program of the building. And so we kind of just implemented like symbols that would relate to bikes for the public to see, like, this place has something to do with bikes at least. Yeah.
What is the sort of pink colored symbol?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What is the sort of pink colored symbol?
Oh, it's a bike pedal.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. So you have a gear, a bike pedal. There's like a
Gotcha.
bike seat here that kind of looks like a balloon, and then a wheel.
The bike pedal looked like a person to me, sort of sitting cross-legged. I was not able to interpret what that was.
Yeah. A diagram of that would probably, just like a 2D image would probably help.
I mean, I have to say I like the project. The thing that I appreciate about it is something that maybe I can't decide if you're aware of or not aware of. I mean, your instructor probably is, but that it's a kind of caricature of some of these kind of mega buildings that you were looking at. There is a kind of like a archigram aspect, and even in the way that you guys have drawn the kind of plans and sections. I just wish that you had taken the kind of caricature-ness further in terms of the sort of absurdity of what could be happening on the interior. There's something very kind of tentative about, and then there's a condominium and the architect's grandparents could also live in the other condom. You know, there's something very kind of kosher about all of the, all of the decisions. And I think that, in a studio like this, you might as well take advantage of being able to kind of, create a whole new world inside your project, right? That it doesn't, that the cloud doesn't need to be an advertisement for the bike shop. That there's just there's a kind of whole narrative life of what could potentially be happening in there.
Yeah, it's interesting. When they first made the furniture, I just thought it looked like one of those mega projects already. Like before it even became a building, I was just like, this just looks like one of those metabolist buildings. And we actually went and saw the decrepit nature of a lot of the metabolist buildings in Tokyo. And I guess like maybe one of the running threads of discussion I think has occurred throughout this studio is just like making it more explicit the potential polemical nature of these projects. Like just like, I know you are all aware of these things because we literally went and saw them and like we had issue with them. And I think, as representational tools, they're also rhetorical tools for us to comment on what we're doing in architecture and what has come before. And, we can design things like this, which we have conflicted relationships to. Like, I'm sure there are parts of this building that you like and some of them you don't, and maybe some of them we shouldn't continue to reproduce, like these very large buildings that dominate the landscape. So I think Laurel brings up a good point there. Well, what are you most excited about with this project, and are there aspects that you don't feel great about, or you wish you didn't have to deal with because you were forced to design a building with your furniture?
Actually, actually really enjoyed how it turned out. The process was like something I've never experienced before, and I really appreciated that, especially since this is our last semester to think in a different way before we are set off into the world. But I think that it was definitely interesting, and I think that we really came to a good spot with how we fleshed out the interior situations with the existing objects.
Yeah, I think I really enjoyed this because I tried my hardest when we were making the furniture and like when I selected my object, I was trying not to think of anything that was too much like a building. And so with the furniture, I didn't want to think about like what all these things would be. And so, but when we got to this stage of developing as a furniture and we like turned the furniture upside down, and it kind of just revealed all these like interesting spaces that are possible that I just didn't anticipate beforehand. So I felt like that was an exciting part of the design process for sure.
Well, thank you. Are there any maybe last things that anyone would like to say, or suggestions or thoughts for the students? Parting words.
Well, I didn't realize coming into the review that this was maybe for all of you, or maybe for some of you, your last semester, but I think it's a awesome studio to have as a last one, because it helps to illuminate a kind of whole host of different strategies for producing new spaces, but also for seeing the world around you in a kind of in multiple different ways, and that there are certain that almost anything can be seen from multiple different points of view. And I think that as a designer and as an architect, that's a kind of a extremely important thing to carry with you. Whether you're designing something for a client or multiple clients or for yourself, but being able to have a kind of flexibility of point of view in doing that.
Well, thank you, Laurel. That was I think it's good to hear that. And so, Tammy, thank you very much.
Well said, Laurel. I second that, and congratulations to all of you who are graduating this semester.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Great
thank you
work.
to,
Congratulations.
thank you, Fernando. Thanks for joining us. Let's all, maybe you could all just turn on your cameras for a second. Everyone's like, uh-oh. Okay, can everyone do it? Can everyone turn on their cameras? I just want to get a picture. This is the last time I'll see you, maybe some of you. All right. Well, thank you to Laurel and Fernando and Tammy. Thank you so much for your time. I'd like to just stay on with the students and just kind of reflect for a couple minutes, and thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Bye. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Wow, so what a long day, and I know that you all have been working incessantly and probably just want to sleep forever. So really thank you all so much for, I don't know, going through this insanity of the studio, grappling with so many complex issues, across various scales. I think that all of you did a really great job dealing with your own terms in different ways. And I think most of the criticisms that were even doled out were really more, this kind of happened at the mid-review. They seem to be, they're very high level conceptual questions about polemics, ideology, things like this, which I think is like a testament to the fact that your work is sellable enough already as a furniture, already as a building. Like the fact that your designs are already so resolved in those ways then allows for higher level discussions to occur about what is the meaning of this now. So I think that that is really great, and all of you were able to achieve that. And then, you know, I think the general questions that come up, which were about the methodology of the class, I'm certainly thinking about them, like, you know, of course, like I kind of put you through the ringer of like, you have to do certain things, but I think like, I think the general idea about your own agency in this process is important. Like all of you had the agency to make those decisions. I guess this is like, I think it's just like a matter of some of us just need to embrace that, the fact that like these are the decisions we made, and now what does that maybe mean? I think that a lot of the sort of comments were kind of around that, and I think it's really just a matter of framing what you've done. I mean, it's a matter of like post-rationalizing at this point what was done. But in the portfolio, does that even matter? No, because no one reads it. So, but I think like regardless, the issue of us like taking ownership over the things we've made and the designs we made, we're always making design decisions within parameters. There's always things that are already decided for us. And there's a space in which we get to work and make decisions and take ownership of those decisions, especially in the real world where you're working amongst clients, your boss, you know, the city, structural engineer, the law, the budget, etc. But yeah, I'm really like super impressed with where all of you have come, especially in the last week. I mean, even since we last talked on Wednesday, some of you have produced such like more fleshed out drawings, more color, more just brand new images. Like, thank you so much for working so hard. And you know, I'm just sad that we can't celebrate or anything, and I can't even see you in person, and I might not see some of you ever again. I hope we will run into each other again. I guess like I would like to hear more from you all, like just like general thoughts, like what was challenging for you like through this process? What are things that you maybe enjoyed? What are things that you really didn't like doing? What are things you would say, Adam, why did you make me do that? I didn't learn anything from that. That was a horrible idea. I can't believe I was stuck in this studio listening to you talk incessantly. You know, I guess I just want to hear more from you all. It's like, you can really say anything. Like, you can be mean to me too. I'm fine with that. Or you can be nice, or you could be objective.
I mean, I think, I don't know what number studio this is for me. I think this is like my 9th studio total between undergrad and grad school. And I feel like in general, all studios have a very prescribed way of how you're supposed to do architecture. And I think something I did really love about this studio was that it was a different way. Like, it was still prescribed, but it was a much different way to approach a project or to approach architecture. And to be honest, like throughout my entire, by the time I've gotten here, I'm like pretty sick of architecture and sick of how, like, I'm tired of how you're supposed to be doing it. And I think something I really loved about the studio was that it was so different and that it did kind of challenge the conventional means of how you're supposed to go about doing a project. And I mean, I had a great time doing it. I think it was fun and different. And yeah, thank you.
I'd like to just second that too.
I think it's also my ninth, and I agree totally with Julia, what Julia just said.
Third that.
You don't all have to say nice things. I would love to hear the gripes too. I mean, because it's not like this class is perfect, and I mean, I could tell there were times when maybe there were some struggles with like the way we were doing things. Maybe there were times when I should have just like, you know, backed off and just like let people do whatever they feel is right. You know, I'm happy to hear about the gripes. Like seriously, like I'm glad that it's worked I'm glad that it's provided an alternate perspective of like kind of working against the grain. And that was the goal here, is to like give you a space to do that, to feel like you can do that and think about these like more meta level issues. But you know, like, was it a bad idea to make you build furniture? Was it a bad idea? Like, was there not enough time to like do these projects? You know, this is the first time I taught this studios.
I think it was great because it was really challenging, and you challenged us in almost every way we could think of with the furniture and how we thought about the furniture to the building, and then how we executed the building on the site. And I think that's good that it was challenging, because I think we need something different, because most professors wouldn't construct their studio the same way that you did, and I appreciate it.
I think if I were to, I don't know, yeah. I think when you use the term baggage earlier in the semester, I think that was a really good term to see how those things are, like how we like kept, I mean, we were constantly like having and adding baggage to our projects. And I definitely think that was the challenge of this, part of the challenge of the studio, but it certainly caused frustrations at times. And sort of, and it also sort of diminished freedom a little bit at times, as far as like form finding and things like that. But again, I think that was part of the challenge. So, yeah.
Thinking when you were saying like if there was enough time or it was too little time, I think it was a concern for, at least I know a number of us, that like the building portion was like not enough time to design. But at the same time, I feel like if we did have like the quote normal amount of time we usually get for a building, then we wouldn't work with this kind of like lack of like consciousness in designing. And I think that was beneficial, because then it is a little bit more of a less conventional way of designing, you know, just kind of thinking on your feet and like just producing like work with a lack of consciousness. So I think that's different.
Yeah, you know, I'm glad you can work with your gut. I do want to make sure there's time for reflection though, and like understanding, okay, now I did this stuff, I followed my gut, it made sense. Now what does it mean? You know, I think if we had another week, I think there would have been space for us to actually have those conversations where, okay, you did this, but like, now, like, if we're just talking about this building and we stop talking about all that stuff we did before, what is going on with this building alone? Like, what's only happening here in this building? I think that would have been really good for us to have those kinds of conversations that are just about the building proposal and its implications. So I would have definitely liked to have added another week, and where the design of it was done already. Like, you already did the design of it, and now we have a conversation about how you frame the thinking around it potentially. I think that might have been good. I mean, we did lose a week because of the spring break, but yeah.
I was gonna say that I really liked how everything that we did carried through to the end. I've had other studios where we've done a completely different project in the very beginning, and then like for like 2 weeks, and then it doesn't show up at all. And so I really liked how that happened. But I'll kind of second the time thing. I wish that we would have had more time for the building aspect. I kind of feel like we could have had less time in the beginning and added time towards the end, because I kind of disagree with what Monica was saying about the consciousness thing. I think it was a lot harder to make decisions because I felt like I didn't know what I was doing a lot of time. And that's just part of me being interiors, I guess. But yeah.
That's really good to hear. I mean, it's not good to hear that you didn't know what you were doing, but it's definitely helpful for me to know, how to make changes when I teach another studio. And if I would like to teach this again, I'm not going to teach it again this summer, but again in the future, how to make changes to make people's lives less miserable. Any other? Can each of you just tell me what you're doing next? Let's just go around. Let's start from the top.
Am I at the top on everybody's? I guess.
I don't know. You can go first.
I'm on the top of mine. Okay. I have no idea what I'm doing next. I'm applying to some places. So we'll see if I get a job. But back home to Weatherford and see my family, and then do the online commencement. So that should be exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Happy graduation.
Thank you. Thank you.
I am going to be working with my family in real estate development, or as architects like to call it, the dark side.
Well, we all need to keep your contact information.
Yeah.
Because someone needs to develop it.
Waiting for me to finish school so that I can start working because I'm at home. So yeah, that's what I'm
doing. Well, maybe you'll hire some of your peers. Anyway. Sammy's like, hire me. Okay, what about Julia or Danny? Danny, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm supposed to graduate in August, so we'll see what happens with that. I'm working on a contract already with some folks in DC, and I'm hoping to teach one deaf space course in the fall. So I'm excited about that. And so a lot of research opportunities kind of associated with that. So I'm hoping to kind of fill the gap in the deaf space research, universal design, kind of human-based design approach. So hoping to do some research. So that's exciting.
That's great. I look forward to seeing it. I'll have to search your name online, find your research when it's published.
Maybe a few years from now. Give me some time.
That's cool.
Yep.
Jenny? Jenny? Oh, hi.
Hi. Yeah. I'm just taking summer school and I'll be back in the fall, and then I don't have a plan for beyond that.
That's perfectly wonderful. Josh?
Well, I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I was applying to jobs and then I had offers and then they kind of all took them back. So I like have a temporary job in Austin, but I don't know, maybe moving to California in July, maybe not.
Well, I am sympathetic to that. I definitely, well, yeah, I mean, I was at the final round for another fellowship at University of Michigan, and they were about to offer it to me, and then this happened, and now they just have indefinitely no idea if they'll even be able to have the fellowship. So I understand. I'm trying to figure out what to do. But I will be teaching a summer studio and then potentially stay on here as a lecturer. We'll see what happens. Julia?
I still have one more semester, so I'm finishing in the fall. I am super fortunate that I've been working the entire time I've been in school, and so I have a secured job for the summer with them. But depending on if school is going to be in person or online in the fall, I would prefer to move back to California and not be in Austin anymore, just to like save money on rent and everything. But
Yeah.
we will see. It's sort of unknown after that. We'll find out. Yeah, there's Zeke too.
Oh, hey.
We'll see what happens.
Sammy?
I don't know what I'm doing.
That's okay. Are you gonna stay in?
Yeah, the thing is, like, if I don't find a job in like 3 months, I have to go back to Korea or something. So I might go back to Korea.
Kabir, why don't you just offer Sammy a job?
Yeah.
We'll find you a job, don't worry.
You can just be furloughed and employed, and then they can write to support your visa. Zoe?
I also have no idea what I'm doing. Hopefully, I've applied to a lot of jobs and hopefully I'll get one eventually, but I'll be moving back home to Paris, Texas for a little bit at least, and working for my mom.
Good, you have a supportive family.
Yeah. My mom is drowning because she's a lawyer, but she does title law. So a lot of people surprisingly are buying and selling land and houses. So she needs my help.
Hey, that's valuable. That's valuable experience.
Mm-hmm.
Olivia? You're muted. Okay, I unmuted you.
Okay, yeah, it didn't let me do it. I am like some others, unfortunately, had offers, they got taken away. It's really sad. But I have some grad school options, so I might just continue going to school until I can get a job. But yeah, nothing else super going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sad and stressful, but it'll be fine.
I mean, as you can hear from your peers, a lot of us are, and myself, are in a similar boat. But I mean, I think the option of graduate school is definitely not a bad idea. I mean, especially trying to weather this storm, which who knows how long this is really going to last. I think it's like definitely a viable direction to go.
Yeah, for sure. So that is most likely my top option right now. So yeah, we'll see.
Fingers crossed. We'll all come out of this. We'll make it through.
Yeah.
Jessica?
I still have another year left, so I don't have to worry about a job yet. But I was supposed to do PRP internship next semester, and that got canceled because most of the firms that we're working with are in New York. So that got pushed back.
Are they keeping it for
Hopefully.
local firms?
They're just keeping it for people who already got offers before everything went completely crazy. So there's a few people still going, and then the rest of us are allowed to apply in our last semester, which usually doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, the school is, you know, trying to pretend like we're going to be on campus, so maybe we will. Anna?
I also had 3 offers and they're on hold right now. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might go to grad school as Olivia said. So we'll see. I don't know.
Okay. Monica?
I do have an offer. So I should be moving to Seattle, but I mean, I haven't heard anything about it yet, so I'll probably try to reach maybe like around June to make sure. But as of now, which like I haven't heard any news, so the plan.
Okay. Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Christian?
Well, Julia's a Seattle native, so you talk to her about Seattle. But for me, probably gonna shave this mustache soon.
You better not.
Why? You don't have to go out.
And then I think I'll be interning a little bit this summer, and then I have to go back to school in the fall for my final semester.
Okay. Where are you interning?
I think I'm interning at Clayton Little, but I really don't know. Kind of waiting on some verification right now.
Okay. Angela? Oh, sorry, you're muted. Let me. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm on my phone, so I don't know how to use the app.
That's
I'm so
okay.
bad at technology. Yeah, so same as all the international fellow, I'm having trouble finding a job in the States and nobody likes us. I have a couple offers back home, but the thing is there are way too many international, like Chinese international students in the States or all over the world. So it's even hard to get back home. Like, so they're like, if you can't start at July, I don't know, like if they can keep my like seats. So we'll
Wow.
see what happens.
So you may need to just go back really soon.
Well, there is a dilemma that like, as Sammy mentioned, that if we couldn't find a job within 90 days of graduation or our EAD card start, we have to get back home. But the thing is, I can't even get a ticket home. Like, it's so hard to get a ticket back to China now. So I, even though I have offer back home, it's just hard for me to go back there.
Yeah, that must be really challenging. Is there, can you visit a Chinese embassy? I guess you would have to go to New York or something.
I don't know. We'll see. Because there are a lot of other people facing the same situation. So I'm just gonna let it flow and enjoy my freedom life before I actually get started. You know.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it right now, and there's most of us we're just kind of waiting to see what will happen with the world. So we just gotta like.
And at the same time, I'm gonna keep at the same time, I'm gonna just keep it open-minded and see what options in the States or other countries that I can just go directly. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, thanks for answering that question. I know we've all kind of been experiencing a lot of disappointments lately. But you know, like I think things are we're going to come out of this. It's just going to take a little while, but I think right now, like, it's about maintaining the things that matter to us, like our friends and family, you know, keeping those relationships strong, you know, like relying on our community. Like, as much as we like to talk about buildings and architecture and like these big ideas and stuff, at the end of the day, the things that matter are really your family and friends and the community around you. As long as you have that, we can get through this for a little while longer. Right? So yeah, thank you all. Again, thanks for being amazing people to work with on these ridiculous ideas. And I'm really impressed with like all of the creativity and like cool things that you guys have made. So, oh yeah, David, do you want to, if you want to talk, anyway, feel free to jump in if you want to share, but yeah, so I don't know, just saying thanks, and hopefully I see you again soon. I guess the final things are that, well, you already uploaded your work into that box folder. The other thing I want to ask you to do is upload the furniture assignment into the Google Drive folder that is already set up. And you can just, I don't know, please just do that before you, you know, in the next week. That would be really great. And then also, please fill out the survey of the course survey. It's really helpful that, you know, the electronic course survey. Did you all receive, you should have automatically received a link to that from like Melissa. Does that ring a bell? Okay, well, all right, yeah, so those, I think those surveys are due in the next 2 weeks. So it would be really helpful just to hear from you in that format as well, like, you know, your thoughts and criticisms, and also just having that there is really helpful. And then yeah, I'm impressed with everyone. This is a rather unceremonious way to end a very long and exciting class. But hopefully I see you again soon. Please keep in touch with me. You know, feel free to email me. You can text me on WhatsApp. I should probably stop bothering you on that WhatsApp group account. And yeah, I mean, feel free to check me out on Instagram if you're interested. It's New Stars, PNEUSTARS. I will follow you back. But yeah, I hope to see you again soon, and some of you I may continue to see as well. And I think Jenny, I might even see you this summer if you're taking a summer class. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'll share the Japan trip pictures with you all too. So I'll send you an email. There's like hundreds of pictures, but it'll just be like a Google Drive that you can look at if you like. I think I may have already. Anyway, thanks so much. Take care.
Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
Bye.
Thanks, Adam.
Summer, everyone.
Bye, guys.
I'll just keep waving until everyone leaves. Okay, bye.